Hello, everyone. It's good morning here in Makassar, South Sulawesi. It's a great pleasure to be here in these videos. Let me introduce about myself first. My name is Amiruddin. Just call me Amir. I will later on like to introduce my other friend, Dr. Agus Haryanto, who is my partner in this venture in the floating hospital, Satria Airlangga.
Hi, I'm Agus Arianto. I am a surgeon in charge of director of this hospital. Amir is my friend. We met in 1984 when we are as a Paskibraka in National Palace.
So how is this floating hospital begun? So as Agus mentioned, we knew each other from 1984, so 37 years ago. And after that, I lost touch with him. And apparently we got in touch again at the end of 2016. And one of his dreams, he mentioned to me, is to have a floating hospital with an operating theater on board. So I thought this is a very good idea because a floating hospital to the remote islands in Indonesia is really, really needed. Indonesia has over 17,000 islands, of which 6,000 is inhabited. And those probably the largest archipelago country in the world. So it's a huge, huge archipelago with a lot of islands.
For the day-to-day management of the floating hospital, a foundation called Yayasan Satria Medika Airlangga was set up. The foundation was headed by Dr. Christo Yogo and consists of Dr. Henry Wibowo, Dr. Herni Suprapti, Dr. Pujo, Dr. Gadis, Dr. Wiwin, and Dr. Mia. So why did I say it's a good idea? So every district in Indonesia actually has a primary clinics with a GP, but not every district has a GP. But for those in remote islands, once they have problems and need specialists, that's a big problem because the sea is not hospitable. You cannot cross the seas every other day that you like to go. Sometimes 2-3 months, the waves are 5 meters, so you cannot get out of your islands. And expensive. For poor people to transport, it requires probably like $60, $70, which is a huge sum for them, right? So what we bring to them is we bring the hospital to those remote islands for free. And this is very important because even in remote island, like 6 hours, 4 hours from main city, in 2016, there were around 6 to 7 mothers and babies died from complicated pregnancies. Okay, so what have we done so far? The hospital ship was around for 3 years, but 2020, since COVID, we didn't go anywhere except one trip end of last year. So since our inceptions, we went to 43 islands, particularly remote islands in eastern part of Indonesia. We helped out more than 14,000 patients for free, including 2,400 surgeries. And out of those 2,400 surgeries, half of them are related to eye, particularly cataracts. And out of those 2,400, there were about 20 babies were born on board through cesarean. And that's really, really give us a lot of sense of help. So this is the end of my video. What I'd like to convey to you, you guys can make a change and start changing for your own surrounding, using your own expertise. Think big, think of an idea, because a good idea can change the world. And I think what we have done so far is completely nothing but out of love. So you have to have a deep sense of love for humanities and to help others in this world. All the best of luck to you guys. Have a good day.
As a rector and on behalf of Universitas Airlangga, I am pleased to welcome you to the kickoff meeting of World University Association for Community Development. Thank you for warm support given by our partners and our faculties of the purpose of strengthen global partnership through this event. In my opinion, the university must participate, take responsibility for the problem. Why? Because admittedly or not, directly or not, the university contribute in the creation of this condition. The university was one who always developed the science. The university was the one who created the current advanced technology. That is the basis of revolution industry 4.0. Finally, I'm wishing you have a wonderful discussion and have a great stay in Surabaya. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Nasi, for the greeting speech. We would like to ask you to remain on the stage for the officially opening ceremony.
ucapkan selamat malam dan selamat datang di Rumah Dinas Wali Kota Surabaya. Kepada yang terhormat Ibu Wali Kota Surabaya, Rektor Universitas Airlangga yang dalam hal ini diwakili oleh Wakil Rektor 2, seluruh peserta International Summit, hadirin para undangan yang kami hormati.
Apa yang terjadi saat ini itu adalah hasil kerja bersama seluruh masyarakat Kota Surabaya. Saya tidak berhak untuk mengakui bahwa itu kerja keras saya. Tapi itu adalah kerja bersama seluruh lapisan masyarakat Kota Surabaya. Kami selalu bekerja sama rutin dengan perguruan tinggi yang ada di Surabaya, termasuk juga UNER yang setiap hari dosennya ada di tempat saya.
Menyambut kehadiran para tamu undangan, terimalah persembahan dari 5 penari cilik pelajar Kota Surabaya dalam sebuah tarian Selamat Datang.
Welcome to Amarta Hall of Universitas Airlangga. It's an honor to welcome all distinguished guests of the International Summit of WUACD 2019.
Community development activities under UACD coordination. The member will interact with the local community or civil society organization, engaging with them through information sharing through lecturer, policy dialogue and strategy consultation through discussion, operational collaboration, institutional partnership, and then advocacy.
I'm really happy to be here because I think it's important to start work at universities for community engagement.
It's a special moment because usually staff member or student even come to another country doing research or teaching.
Quite excited this afternoon. We're going to be doing some community development work at some local high schools and also tomorrow at a health centre as well.
My background is public health. I look forward to share my knowledge of public health, interact with the communities, and then expand the network. And through this multidisciplinary approach, we can improve our community. And in terms of Surabaya, this is my first time in Surabaya. I came to Bali earlier. Last night when we interacted with the mayor of Surabaya, I was really impressed to see all of the development that's happening in Surabaya. Even from Australian point of view, some of these things are really comparative with Australia.
So thank you very much to Universitas Airlangga, the lecturers, the students, and your commitment is so wonderful.
Fakultas Farmasi menjadi fakultas tertua kelima di Universitas Airlangga dengan reputasi tinggi sebagai fakultas pilihan mahasiswa dari berbagai daerah di Indonesia. Farmasi hadir sebagai fakultas yang menghasilkan generasi bangsa berkualitas dengan output unggul yang siap memberikan pengabdiannya di masyarakat. Berada di kampus C Unair, Fakultas Farmasi berdiri kokoh dengan menjadikan Gedung Nanizar Zaman Yunus sebagai pusat kegiatan, seperti perkuliahan, penelitian, kegiatan akademik, fungsi manajemen, dan kemahasiswaan. Komitmen ini diwujudkan dengan penyediaan sarana prasarana yang mumpuni untuk mewujudkan proses maksimal dalam menghasilkan output yang excellent. Diresmikan akhir 2018 lalu, Gedung Nanizar Zaman Yunus mempunyai 10 lantai dengan 2.000 meter persegi. Pelayanan publik terpusat di lantai 1 dengan sisi lain pemanfaatan sebagai ruang akademik, kemahasiswaan, badan eksekutif mahasiswa, arsip, humas, kantin, dan ruang kesehatan. Di lantai 2 dipusatkan sebagai ruang manajemen, ruang unsur pimpinan mulai dekan, wakil dekan, ketua program studi, bidang sarana prasarana, dan keuangan. Aktivitas para pengajar berada di lantai 3 dan 4, bersamaan dengan sejumlah ruang layanan seperti administrasi profesi, apoteker, administrasi pasca sarjana, ruang baca, dan musola.
Selain sumber daya manusia yang mumpuni, kebutuhan sarana dan prasarana pendukung untuk pendidikan dan penelitian juga sangat dibutuhkan. Dunia terus berubah, sehingga kebutuhan sarana untuk pendidikan pun juga berubah. Di era digitalisasi dan revolusi industri ini, kami berusaha untuk menyediakan high quality data yang itu akan sangat penting untuk pendidikan dan penelitian. Untuk itu, berbagai laboratorium seperti multi-purpose laboratory dan multi-purpose dry laboratory di Fakultas Farmasi ini disiapkan untuk tempat dilaksanakannya praktikum pelatihan skill bagi mahasiswa di segala jenjang, baik jenjang sarjana, magister, dan doktor. Tempat tersebut juga kami siapkan untuk tempat penelitian bagi para peneliti, baik itu dosen atau peneliti lain yang berminat di dunia farmasi. Kami berharap penelitian dan pengembangan berbagai produk obat dapat dilaksanakan di Fakultas Farmasi ini karena kami memiliki berbagai peralatan yang mencukupi untuk hal tersebut.
Sementara itu, lantai 5 dan 6 menyediakan ruang kuliah yang representatif. Ruang kuliah dilengkapi akses Wi-Fi di semua ruang. 11 ruang kelas dengan kapasitas 60-300 orang dan 11 ruang diskusi sekaligus sebagai ruang objective structure clinical examination dengan kapasitas 15 orang per kelas, serta computer based test center dengan kapasitas 120 PC di lantai 6. Setingkat lebih tinggi di atasnya, pusat pembelajaran sekaligus penelitian menyediakan fasilitas lab yang modern dan berteknologi tinggi, multi-purpose dry laboratory, laboratorium preskripsi, laboratorium farmasetika sedian steril dan mikrobiologi, sampai laboratorium botani farmakognisi. Di lantai 8 dan 9, Fakultas Farmasi juga menyediakan laboratorium teknologi farmasi dan mini industri, laboratorium nanomaterial dan kinetika, laboratorium analisis farmasi, multi-purpose wet laboratory, dan laboratorium fitokimia. Peran researcher juga dimanjakan dengan hadirnya ruang dan fasilitas khusus untuk penelitian di lantai 10 berupa laboratorium studi in vitro dan laboratorium hewan.
Dalam rangka pengembangan data untuk penelitian, kami selalu menyediakan alat-alat yang selalu mengikuti perkembangan zaman, mulai dari alat produksi, quality assurance, hingga pengujian, baik itu pada hewan coba maupun secara in vitro. Kami juga selalu menyediakan standar operating procedure atau SOP yang selalu tertera di setiap alat, sehingga mahasiswa atau peneliti yang menggunakan tanpa terjadi kesalahan. Selain itu, kami juga bergabung dengan tim pengembangan obat COVID-19 di Universitas Airlangga dengan berpartisipasi pada berbagai penelitian, mulai dari penelitian dasar secara in vitro dengan cara mengujikan berbagai obat, termasuk obat kombinasi pada viral, dan juga melakukan modifikasi atau formulasi sehingga diharapkan akan didapatkan cara penggunaan yang menguntungkan. Dan juga kami bergabung dalam tim uji klinik untuk mengujikan produk obat dari Universitas Airlangga di rumah sakit, khususnya di Rumah Sakit Universitas Airlangga.
Sementara dalam mewujudkan keselamatan kerja, gedung Nanizar juga dilengkapi water treatment dan pengolahan limbah terintegrasi, akses water pump untuk pemadam kebakaran di setiap lantai, serta fire sprinkle, APAR, alarm peringatan bahaya, sampai tangga darurat. Dalam menunjang mobilisasi di gedung, tersedia lift yang menghubungkan basement parkir sampai lantai 10 gedung Nanizar.
Mengapa saya memilih farmasi dan mengapa di Unair? Karena saya sejak kecil memiliki cita-cita untuk menjadi seorang tenaga kesehatan yang bisa membantu kesehatan di Indonesia, terutama dalam bidang obat-obatan. Lalu, mengapa di Unair? Karena farmasi Universitas Airlangga memiliki sertifikat yang tidak banyak dimiliki oleh farmasi universitas lainnya. Saya amat merasa bersyukur karena difasilitasi dengan gedung yang amat megah yang bisa mewadahi semua keperluan mahasiswanya dengan baik, terutama dalam bidang praktikum kami. Pertama, Fakultas Farmasi memiliki 10 lantai yang bisa dioptimalkan secara baik untuk kegiatan akademik dan non-akademik. Di laboratorium kami pun memiliki banyak sekali alat-alat yang lengkap, sehingga bisa mengoptimalkan kami dalam kegiatan praktikum, dan kami sangat nyaman berada di Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Airlangga.
Selain daripada belajar, di sini juga banyak sekali kegiatan-kegiatan kampus seperti di kesenian, ada olahraga, ada keagamaan, ataupun badan eksekutif mahasiswa. Nah, untuk saya sendiri khususnya, saya ikut di kegiatan organisasi keagamaan di DKI Farmasi. Nah, situ karena saya pikir, selain daripada kuliah, saya juga harus punya teman yang sepreferensi gitu, khususnya di bidang keagamaan. Ya, karena fasilitasnya sangat memadai tadi, terus kenyamanan juga, ada dosen yang sangat berkompeten, sehingga proses belajar mengajar baik di kelas maupun di luar kelas itu sangat efektif, sangat efisien. Ya, sehingga dari situ bisa menghasilkan output yang maksud itu lebih bisa berprestasi baik di internasional maupun di nasional sendiri.
Berkuliah di Fakultas Farmasi merupakan hal yang sangat menarik bagi saya, karena di sini terdapat banyak sekali fasilitas yang baik dan dapat menunjang dalam melakukan inovasi penelitian yang nantinya akan berguna di masyarakat umum. Hal ini membuat saya terpacu dan termotivasi untuk menjadikan alumni yang berinovasi, memberikan manfaat kepada masyarakat umum, serta membanggakan Universitas Airlangga.
Di kawasan Kampus B, Fakultas Farmasi memiliki unit layanan pengujian ULP. Keberadaannya sudah mendapatkan ISO 17025 standar akreditasi laboratorium pengujian dan kalibrasi. ULP mendapatkan kepercayaan sebagai laboratorium dalam menguji mutu dan keamanan bahan dan produk obat, pangan, dan kosmetika. Ini didukung dari instrumen canggih dan ketersediaan ruangan yang berpotensi terus berkembang. Selain sebagai laboratorium pengujian, ULP juga digunakan sebagai tempat penelitian bagi dosen, mahasiswa, khususnya S1, S2, dan S3. Dalam rangka menyediakan wahana praktik bagi para mahasiswa calon apoteker, Fakultas Farmasi juga memfasilitasi diri dengan Apotek Farmasi Airlangga. Sebagai apotek pendidikan, apotek ini menunjang kegiatan akademik sebagai wahana praktik dan tempat pelatihan pengabdian profesi mahasiswa S1 Farmasi dan profesi apoteker Fakultas Farmasi Unair. Apotek Farmasi juga memberikan layanan farmasi kepada publik. Selain apotek farmasi, mahasiswa farmasi juga memanfaatkan Rumah Sakit Universitas Airlangga digunakan sebagai lokasi praktik kerja profesi apoteker dalam bidang rumah sakit. Dengan semakin berkembangnya ilmu farmasi, farmasi kini telah merambah layanan kesehatan terhadap pasien yang disebut dengan farmasi klinis. Layanan ini tidak terbatas pada penerimaan resep dan pemberian obat, namun juga melakukan interaksi dengan pasien dan kolaborasi tenaga medis lain seperti dokter dan perawat. Ini menjadi jalan dalam mewujudkan proses Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi Farmasi Universitas Airlangga lewat dukungan fasilitas yang memadai.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and best wishes to all participants of the online International Herbal Medicine Workshop first event. International webinar on herbal medicine, the amazing traditional remedies from several countries. Organized by Faculty of Pharmacy Universitas Airlangga in collaboration with Faculty of Science and Technology, Faculty of Advanced Technology and Multidiscipline, Faculty of Vocational Studies, Postgraduate School, Universitas Airlangga, and World University Association for Community Development, WUICD. Online International Herbal Medicine Workshop have several programs. First, our today's webinar, International Webinar on Herbal Medicines. The second is Training and the Trainer, How to Make Herbal Medicine, which will held on July 16, 2021. Third is Community Development, the purpose of making medicine on August 6, 2020. And also herbal making video competitions. And the last is WICD summer program for students. Let me greet for the participant and our extraordinary speaker today, Vice Rector of Research, Innovation and Community Development, Universitas Airlangga, Director of the World University Association of Community Development, Universitas Airlangga, and the Dean of Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Airlangga. Our honored invited speaker, Honorable Speaker, Profesor Dr. Mangestuti Agil, Magister Sains Apoteker, Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Airlangga, Indonesia. Dr. Fatimah Zahro binti Abdul Aziz, University Sains, Malaysia. Assistant Professor Dr. Sukanya Ded Adisan, Prince of Songkhla, University, Thailand. Dr. Sarifah Sultana, Daffodil International University, Bangladesh. Dr. Ramkumar Sahu, Assam University, India, and Professor Kenji Watanabe, Yokohama University of Pharmacy, Japan. I want to say hello to the wonderful participants. There were about 695 participants consisting of academic, institution, industry, community members, health services, students, and foreigners from several countries such as Indonesia, Bangladesh, Brunei, Hong Kong, India, Malaysia, Japan, Nepal, Nigeria, Pakistan, Palestine, Philippines, Taiwan, Thailand, and Timor-Leste. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining. On behalf of the committee, allow me to introduce myself. I am Retno Widiawati as the Master of Ceremony for this webinar. Ladies and Ladies and gentlemen, here is the schedule of today's webinar. First, the agenda started opening remark by Vice Rector of Research, Innovation and Community Development Universitas Airlangga, followed by Director of World University Association for Community Development Universitas Airlangga, and also by Dean of Faculty of Pharmacy Universitas Airlangga, then continue by photo session. Second is the main agenda of webinar will be divided into two sessions. First, the lecture by speaker from Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand, following by discussion. Then continue by the second session of the lecture from Bangladesh and India. We will have break for the Friday prayer from 11:30 to 1 p.m. And we will continue to the second session from 1 p.m. by speaker from Japan, then following by the second discussion. The end of the webinar is closing and announcement. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, before we start the webinar, we will listen the Indonesian National Anthem, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go to the first agenda. I would like to invite Vice Rector of Research, Innovation and Community Development Universitas Airlangga to deliver her speech. Professor Dr. Ninyomantri Puspaningsih, Magister Science, time is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Retno. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Dean, Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Airlangga, Professor Junaidi, and also with the Vice Dean, Honorable the Director of WACD, of course, our Honorable International Guest Speakers, Dr. Fatimatu Zahra Binti Abdul Aziz from University Sains Malaysia, Associate Professor Dr. Sukanya Dets Adisai from Prince Songkla University, Thailand, Dr. Sarifa Sultana from Daffodil International University, Bangladesh, Dr. Ramkumar Sahu from Assam University, India, Professor Kenji Watanabe from Yokohama University of Pharmacy, Japan, and of course our guest speaker, Professor Mangistuti Agil from Universitas Erlangga, Indonesia. All honorable members of WUACD, members of AUAP, student, practitioner, and academia. Good morning to each of you. I hope that you and your family, your communities are all keeping safe amid this pandemic. On behalf of Rector Universitas Airlangga, it is my pleasure to welcome all participants today at the WUACD Thematic Summer Program, International Herbal Medicine Workshop. I welcome all prominent speakers and guests from across the globe from multidisciplinary fields you have attended this conference to share your expertise and vast experience with the international academic community. It is wonderful to see that this event can be conducted entirely on a digital platform in line with the social distancing norms due to COVID-19 pandemic. I'm happy to see that the animosity of our academic community remains high. Lecturers have been persistent in bringing forward new methods of online teaching, and students also have been passionate in achieving their academic fulfillments. As mentioned before, this program is also a part of WUACD Thematic Summer Program that can be joined by local and international students and also practitioners and academia as their international community services and also development program. Please give ourselves a big round of applause for surviving this unprecedented situation. In this regard, I would like to extend my gratitude to not only the participants for attending this event, but also the committee who has been working hard to realize this event. Today, we are going to delve deeper into the utilization of herbal medicine in Indonesia that can also be used globally. Indonesia possesses a high level of biodiversity, including herbs that have the potential to be used as herbal medicine. For the international world, of course, this knowledge can introduce Indonesia to the world. Furthermore, by studying medicinal plant and complementary medicine in other countries, we can further enrich our knowledge, especially about herbs and other complementary medicine techniques. During this COVID-19 pandemics, where no specific drug has been found to treat SARS-CoV-2 virus infection, the use of herbs and complementary medicine is expected to be a companion that help reduce symptoms and also accelerate the healing process. This is where this International Herbal Medicine Workshop takes place. This workshop aims to introduce complementary medicine and herbal medicine in the international world and to improve the skill in making herbal medicine for the target communities. This vision is encapsulated in the following workshop held by Universitas Erlangga through the World University Association for Community Development, or WUACD, and through this activity, academic and researcher, practitioners from all over the world, and also especially from the Universitas Erlangga and partner university, have the opportunity to transfer knowledge and skill to solve global community problems. This is in accordance with the principle of Universitas Erlangga as a smart university, SMART. So with the M, especially the meaningful research and community services aspect. In addition, in this activity, the Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Erlangga, as a coordinator, and will also in this workshop will be collaborate with other related scientific field in Universitas Erlangga from the Faculty of Science and Technology, the Vocational Faculty, Postgraduate School, and the Faculty of Advanced and Multidisciplinary. This program embodies our effort to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. To all academia attending the workshop today, there will be plenty of knowledge enhancing activity in the session and at the end of the day. It is hoped that the participant could broaden their horizon and help solving current local, governmental, and international issues. I kindly request all student, participant, practitioner, academy to make use of this workshop to the best of their abilities. I believe that this international event will be a fine platform for us to exchange our knowledge and perspective in respective topics. I also would like to appreciate our international participant that already mentioned and also read by the MC, Dr. Ratno, for across the globe for joining us today. Lastly, I wish you all health and success. Let's begin and enjoy the International Herbal Medicine Workshop. Thank you and have a good day. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Ninyoman Tripuspaningsih, Magister Science, who gave an opening remark of this event. And then I would like to invite the Director of World University Association for Community Development Universitas Erlangga to deliver her speech. Dr. Pratiwi Susilawati, Dr. Gigi, Magister Kesehatan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Retno, as the Master of Ceremony. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pleasant morning, everyone. My name is Pratiwi, as the Secretary of World University Association for Community Development Universitas Erlangga. Please let me give the warmest welcome to the Honorable Vice Rector of Universitas Erlangga, Professor Ninyoman Tripuspaningsih, the Dean of Faculty of Pharmacy, Professor Junaidi Khotib, Vice Dean of Faculty of Pharmacy, Ibu Dewi Melani Haryadi. Welcome to all invited speakers, Professor Mangestuti Agil from Universitas Erlangga, Dr. Fatimatus binti Abdul Aziz from University Science of Malaysia, Assistant Professor Dr. Sukanya, Faculty of Health and Sports Science, Taksin University, Dr. Sarifah Sultana from Daffodil University, Dr. Ram Kumar Sahu from Assam University, and Professor Kenji Watanabe from Yokohama University of Pharmacy. And also welcome to all participants of these webinars. WUACD is an institution at Universitas Erlangga that serves as a platform for an integrated collaboration with universities worldwide, focusing on community services activities. As we know, one of the effective ways to resolve community development issue is by inviting scholars and practitioners across scientific disciplines. Therefore, together, we can develop community services actively. As a WUACD representative, I would like to express my gratitude to especially Faculty of Pharmacy, Faculty of Science and Technology, Faculty of Advanced Technology and Multidiscipline, Faculty of Vocational Studies, Postgraduate School, and especially for the Dean, Vice Dean, also all the committee from Faculty of Pharmacy who already arranged this inspiring webinar series on herbal medicine. Also, I want to welcome to international students, Airlangga students, and all the participants joining us here today as the witness of a new knowledge that hopefully can inspire communities' life. I hope all of us can complete the event from day one to the last day without missing a single schedule. In addition, I would like to remind the student participant to do all the assignment as the term to get your certificate in the end. Lastly, the students participants will be regarded as the WUACD alumni. This benefit of this event is getting every update from WUACD more exciting schedule in the future. We will also invite you in join our cultural and heritage program later in Indonesia after the pandemic, hopefully. I hope everyone could engage this summer program and learn more about a herbal medicine product from several countries and wonderful experience. Last but not least, stay safe and healthy in the time full of uncertainty like this. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to Dr. Pratiwi Susilawati, Dr. Gigi, Magister Kesehatan, who give an opening remark of this event. Then I would like to invite Dean of Faculty of Pharmacy Universitas Airlangga to deliver his speech. Let's invite Professor Junaidi Khotib, Sarjana Sains, Magister Kesehatan, PhD Apoteker, to take the floor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good morning. Honorable Vice Rector for Research, Innovation and Community Development, Universitas Airlangga, Honorable Director of World University Association for Community Development, Honorable Speakers, Professor Apoteker Mangestuti Akil, Magister Science from Airlangga University, Indonesia, Dr. Fatimatus Syahroh binti Abdul Aziz from University Sains Malaysia, Malaysia,
Yeah, sorry, maybe Professor Junaidi Khotib have something problem with the connection. Yes, we will wait him.
Okay, committee. Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. I already lose connection for internet in our home, and of course the last we will share with great respect for all participants for attending and joining in this event. It is great pleasure for me to welcome honorable speaker and all participants in this auspicious occasion today. This workshop, community development workshop hosted by Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Airlangga, collaborated with Faculty of Science and Technology, Faculty of Advanced Technology and Multidiscipline, Faculty of Vocational, and Graduate School of Universitas Airlangga. This workshop is part of a World University Association for Community Development WUACD program, so part of Sustainable Development Goals SDGs in the aspect of good health and well-being SDGs 3, and also partnership for the goal SDGs 17. The workshop consists 3 agendas: international webinar, training workshop, and community development workshop during July till August 2021. The participants on the first agenda are about 600 participants that were distributed from Indonesia, Malaysia, Japan, Taiwan, India, Thailand, Bangladesh, Nigeria, Brunei, Philippines, Pakistan, and Hong Kong. This scientific workshop cover activity to meet the need of the community that can be useful during this pandemic. The community, academics, and various communities. Hopefully, with this international herbal medicine workshop activity, it can provide benefits for the mutual collaboration between national and international community. We know we have several natural resources, and we have the same problem. We should collaborate to solve this problem. Through this activity, academics, researcher, and community from Airlangga University and partner university have the opportunity to transfer knowledge and skill to solve global community problems. This is in accordance with principle of the Universitas Airlangga as a smart university, especially in the aspect of meaningful research and community services. In this event, a great acknowledgement is addressed to the WUACD team, our collaborator, Faculty of Science and Technology, Faculty of Advanced Technology and Multidiscipline, Faculty of Vocational and Graduate School, Universitas Airlangga. Our appreciation is also distributed to organizing committee for conducting this workshop. Finally, we wish all participants enjoy fruitful discussion and enjoy during this workshop, and also found this is as a useful workshop. Thank you very much, and keep have health life, and I send the sorry because the connectivity, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to Professor Junaidi Khatib, Sarjana Sains Magister Kesehatan, PhD, Apotheker, who give an opening remark of this event. Then we'll ask for a moment to take a picture together. Please, to all the panelists, turn on your camera. Please wait a moment. The committee will take your picture. Okay, please. Okay, thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we will share the announcement from the committee. Participant is entitled to an e-certificate for participation after completing the requirement below. Participant attended international webinar via Zoom. Participant fill out the attendance list at the following link no later than 11 AM. Question for speaker can be addressed in the Q&A chat box with the format name underscore ask underscore speaker name underscore the question. Well, we will enter the main session of the international webinar on herbal medicine, the amazing traditional remedies from several countries, which will be moderated by Suciati Sarjana Sains, Magister Philosophy, PhD Apotheker. Before that, I would like to introduce our moderator. She is lecturer of Department of Pharmaceutical Science, Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Airlangga. Please welcome Ibu Suciati, PhD.
Thank you, Bu Retno, as Master of Ceremony. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. I am very happy to meet everyone here, although virtually from all different countries. We have respectable speakers from 6 countries, Malaysia, Thailand, Bangladesh, India, Japan, and of course, Indonesia. Also, we have participants from 15 countries. Welcome again to Universitas Airlangga in Surabaya. Thank you for joining this webinar. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to have 2 sessions. Each session there will be 3 speakers. Time allocation for each presenter is 20 minutes, followed by 30 minutes discussion at the end of each session. So if you have any question, you may send in your question at any time during the presentation by addressing your name, the speaker's name, and the questions in the Q&A panel. For the first session, we have Professor Dr. Apotheker Mangestuti Agil from Universitas Airlangga, Dr. Fatimatu Zahro binti Abdul Aziz from University Science Malaysia, and Assistant Professor Dr. Sukanya Dej Adisai from Prince of Songkhla University, Thailand. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, I would like to introduce our first speaker, Professor Mangestuti Agil. Professor Mangestuti Agil received her doctoral degree from Universitas Airlangga. She is a professor in pharmacognosy at the Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Airlangga. Her research interests on alternative and complementary therapies for women's health, aromatherapy, Indonesian and other Asia's traditional medicines, medicinal plants with anti-osteoporosis property, and medicinal plants for skincare. Professor Mangestuti was involved as a researcher of Indonesia Traditional Medicine Database for the Museum of Materia Medica at Toyama University, Japan. She has published numerous research articles on reputable journals and is actively educating community on traditional medicine through her YouTube channel. And today she will be sharing very interesting topic entitled Towards a Healthy Society, Implementing the Healthy Power of Jamu, Nature's Medicine of Indonesia. Professor Mangstuti, the screen is yours.
Thank you very much, Ibu Moderator, for the introduction. I would like to share my slides. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Honorable Rector, Vice Rectors, Dean, Vice Deans, speakers of the webinar, participants of the webinar, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me to be part of this important event. Today I'm going to share with all of you something about Indonesian traditional medicines, popularly named as jamu. But as this workshop deals with community development program, I would like to start with what Hippocrates, the father of medicines, told us or warned us or mentioned that actually health is the greatest human blessing. And the natural healing force within each one of us is the greatest force in getting well. It means that, therefore, health failure has to be recovered soon. As healthcare providers, with the main responsibility in community development program, are we aware of the current main issues of concern for human health? We all know that in this pandemic situation, we experience under-therapy, experience misdiagnosis, misuse, overuse of medicines. But we also realize that complementary medicines and alternative medicines can be used together with conventional medicines or can be used in integrative medicines. As healthcare providers, we also experience unhealthy lifestyle. Therefore, if we want to reach our goal in a community development, especially that deals with traditional medicine system, it is very important for all of us to educate the community how to use it properly in order to benefit from it. And personally, the most important thing that we have to master is about the concept of the medicine itself. What is the concept? This is the very first concept, harmonization between body, mind, and spirit. Integration between physic, mental, and spiritual is actually a complex interaction, but it enables us to obtain good quality of life, means healthy lifestyle. Good quality of life means happiness, healthy, and wealthy. So, jamu is Indonesian traditional medicine, as I mentioned earlier. To me, this is a very great invention. Why? Indonesia has approximately 1,300 ethnic groups, and each ethnic group has its own recipes or formulas or herbal medicines. And most of them have been proved empirically or empirically based evidences. Why is it possible? It is possible because of the huge biodiversity of Indonesia. And now we are fortunate that scientific research has been conducted to give support of its application in the community. And what is more, the Indonesian government gives a green light to the use of various kinds of traditional medicines as complementary and alternative medicine, or as integrative medicine together with conventional medicines. This is Indonesia, map of Indonesia. We have 14,000 islands. 5 of them are big ones. And this is Java Island, the most dense populated of the islands, where jamu was very popular here. And some of them have been invented here. Here is Madura Island, which is very popular of its traditional medicine, especially for women's health. The quality of medicinal plants grown in this area are good. Dear audience, talking about Indonesian traditional medicine, I would like to start with spices. Most of our formula use spices as their ingredients. Some of the formula contain more than one kind of rhizomes, say from the Zingiberaceae family. Learning about it, we realized that it started during the Sriwijaya Empire in the 7th to 12th century, where there was a cultural interaction with China, India, Malaysia, and Thai people. And this was the first time where the concept of the medicine is known or was introduced among Indonesians. We have also spice trade route, where Moluccas is considered spice island. We experienced that through taking spices as flavoring agent, we feel healthy physically and psychologically. This is a kind of what I might say addiction. Isn't it good? Okay, now through various kind of research, we realized, we were aware that mostly spices have several health benefits as antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, immune stimulant or immune modulator, even neuroprotection. Very amazing. These are some of the spices that I mentioned. Ginger, for example, we have here in Madura Islands, especially with good quality of ginger, we have 3 different kinds of varieties. And also in Madura, we have a good quality of long pepper. See here, black pepper, cinnamon, cardamom, turmeric, nutmeg, mace, and clove. Here, I will show you this picture, which represent what I have mentioned earlier, that we have a good collaboration with other nations. Black seed, for example, Nigella sativa, and fenugreek, both of them do not grow well in our country, in Indonesia. But both of them are part of the ingredients of many Indonesian formulas. So this proved that there was a collaboration. So we learn much from the manuscripts. There are manuscripts. Most manuscripts are kept in a certain museum in Central Java. And there are also unwritten recipes where people have been using it throughout the years. In Central Java, I mentioned about Central Java. Its royal family from the past kingdom or sultanates who plays a big roles. Noble persons, members of the royal families, took part in the invention and dissemination of those recipes. I will show you some recipes. We have so many recipes for respiratory tract infection, for respiratory problems. Here is a composed of tamarind leaves. It's a very, we are so familiar with it. Black seed, as I mentioned earlier, galangal, Masoya aromatica, cinnamon, and onion. So it also mentioned how to prepare it, mixed, wrapped, and steamed, and then drink directly. There is another manuscript who mentioned about many recipes how to get rid of common illnesses such as cold, flu, and some traditional lotion to warm the body. Here is another one, Primbon raria usada, body scrub or lotion, and other recipes for digestive tract and respiratory tract. In Lukman Hakim Ada Magna manuscript, we will find some recipes for men, for sex, for example, and another Primbon Wanita Usada, other formulas for postnatal care, secretion of milk, and fertility. And this is very effective, already proven of its efficacy. Okay, now we will come to a question. How to prepare all those jamu drink? This is housewife. Women who did the preparation, who have been conducting preparation since long time ago. They do it as a self-medication for the members of the family, for promotive, preventive, maintenance of health. They do the plant collecting, the washing, drying, powdering, mixing, and service. And of course, they prepare it or they use it together or combined with other healing methods, such as massage. We have various kinds of massage methods throughout the country. Bathing, cupping, and kerokan. This is special Indonesian way of getting rid of wind or bad spirit from the body. This is a picture of a famous seller of jamu drink, named locally as Jamu Kendong. This lady is wearing a traditional cloth, carrying bamboo basket full of jamu put in the bottles. They go around in their area to sell directly to their customers. They sell many kinds of jamu drinks, which I consider it's original. It's original Indonesian jamu, with the benefit, preventive, promotive, curative, and health maintenance. It is always made fresh, and as I mentioned also, direct selling. This is a very good example of how people in the community try to help themselves to stay healthy. Nowadays, some of the Jamu Kendong sellers are no longer walking around, but they just sit in the traditional market and wait for their customer. What the customers say about taking jamu on a regular basis? We buy jamu just for our general health. That's what they say. I'll show you some of the basic formula of the jamu kendong. As you can see here, jamu beras kencur, the local name of jamu drink, and jamu cabai lempuyang are very famous, especially for hard workers. See here, it is able to reduce muscle and joint pains, eliminate fatigue, and against flu. It keeps the body warm. It reduces muscle and joint pain and help accelerate recovery. We have also jamu kudu laos, noni fruit, good for blood pressure, control blood pressure. We have also jamu uyup uyup, the local name of very important jamu, especially for breastfeeding mothers. But everybody can take it, very effective. We also have jamu kunci suruh with a betel leaf as antibacterial. This is very good for what? For get rid of foul body odor. So I always tell everyone, if Indonesian people take jamu beras kencur, jamu lempuyang regularly, then we won't be able to get sick very easily. Now, jamu for women. Most manuscripts, famous manuscripts, Indonesian famous manuscript mention about jamu for women's health. Yes, that is true. Women in the community, especially those who live in remote areas, are still following their mother's footsteps in using jamu, including for postnatal care. Surveys mention that those kind of jamu prove of its efficacy. See here, this is the pattern of taking jamu throughout the transition in women's life cycle. Adolescent and adulthood are compulsory to take jamu, while menopausal is optional, but they know exactly what to drink, what to take to get rid of any kinds of minor illnesses. So I forgot to mention that here are three top jamu recipes for women. Jamu kunyit asam, turmeric and tamarind, jamu keputihan for excessive vaginal discharge, and anggarapsari for menstruation. What are the scientific evidence for it? As you can see here, jamu kunyit asam composed of santoraisa or Java turmeric. It has estrogenic effect. Turmeric has anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, also tamarind. So what does it mean? See here, it is good for the maintenance of the health of the reproductive organ, which is important for women's fertility. So since long time ago, Indonesian women, especially as I mentioned, who live in remote areas, understand exactly how important to be fertile. This is for menstruation, against painful during menstruation, and it works very good. It is important. And this is for excessive leucorrheal discharge. Very effective, composed mainly of Pluchea indica leaves. This is very good. And on the first week of the postnatal care, women especially take this. And the main benefit is get rid of foul body odor. And this is another evidence for jamu keputihan, as I mentioned, Pluchea indica just now, antimicrobial, anti-inflammatory, antioxidant. So again, the Indonesian women are concerned about the health of the reproductive organ that determine their fertility. Here are some of the popular drinks, health, natural drinks, very popular among the community. So this is one of the responsibility of healthcare providers in community development, to convince people in the community how to take this drink regularly if they want to benefit. But with one condition important. Do not take sugar or honey too much. We all love sweet drinks. So I come to other important notes in using herbs properly, that I think this is very important for healthcare provider in a community development. So far, no information or less information on drug-herb interaction. Indonesian medicine, as with other traditional medicines in Asia country, have its main focus on obtaining health, especially in healing self. It should be used on a regular use in very small amount, and self-preparation is advised. How about herbal ingredients? We have to be aware of its quality, such as free of microorganisms, heavy metals, etc. How about methods of preparation? Grinding, pounding,
Mangestuti, the time, maybe 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
And about the usual dose range, herbal combination in the recipe, empirically proven. So we are not allowed to change easily the combination. So what actually is the prerequisite for a community development role of healthcare provider? They should have knowledge and skill in healthcare. They should have interpersonal skill in communication. They should be passionate about helping others. This is very important if you want to reach the goal. So the highlight of this my presentation is that traditional medicine recipe is the big and greatest asset to help achieving healthy and wealthy states in the community. Innovation in preparing traditional medicine drink should not change the originality that affect efficacy and safety. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you very much. Stay safe and stay healthy all the time. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Prof. Mangestuti, for the nice presentation that give us insight into jamu as traditional medicine of Indonesia. So many spices that are useful to keep us healthy. I'm just curious whether these spices can also be found in other countries, Malaysia, Thailand, or maybe India. Let's get the answer after hearing the next presentations. Once again, thank you, Prof. Mangestuti. I just want to remind all the participants, if you have question for Professor Mangestuti or other speakers, you can type your question in the Q&A panel. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving to our second speakers in this session, Dr. Fatimatus Zahro binti Abdul Aziz. Please let me briefly introduce her. Dr. Fatimatus Zahro is a registered pharmacist in Malaysia and a lecturer in School of Pharmaceutical Sciences, the University Science Malaysia. Her field of specialists include nephrology, clinical pharmacy, metabolomics and pharmacometabolomics, as well as traditional and complementary medicines. She has received many research fundings, including university grant, bridging grant, and incentive grant. She has numerous patents and awards, including 2 silver medals for invention, innovation, and design on e-learning competition in 2017 and 2018. And today, she will deliver a presentation entitled Traditional and Complementary Medicine in Malaysia, an update on the practice. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Fatimatus Zahro.
Sorry, I couldn't find the button. Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Suciati, as today moderator. Okay, Assalamualaikum and good morning to Vice Rector of Research, Innovation and Community Development, University Airlangga, all the deans, all the lecturer and the panelists, and also student and participant in this webinar. Okay. Let me introduce again myself. Okay, I'm Fatimah Zahra Abdul Aziz, lecturer from School of Pharmaceutical Sciences, University Science Malaysia. I'm also a licensed pharmacist in Malaysia. By the way, can you see my slide? Is it?
Yes, I can
Okay,
see.
thank you very much. Okay, just to confirm, thank you. Okay, first of all, I would like to express my gratitude for the opportunity given in this webinar to share about the update on the practice of traditional and complementary medicine in Malaysia. I might not to focus to herbal medicine, okay, per se, because for me it's like I would like to more emphasize on the traditional and complementary medicine practitioner itself, okay, how we're going to acknowledge them and what is the impact when we acknowledge them in the service, okay. So for the next 20 minutes, inshallah, okay, I'll be sharing with you about the progress of traditional and complementary medicine, which I will address as TNCM after this, okay, focusing on TNCM practice and practitioner in Malaysia, okay. Okay, so I will break my sharing session into 4 parts. Okay, basically a brief introduction, and then we're going to look for the overview of the TNCM in Malaysia, and the third part I will share about the TNCM practice and practitioner. Okay, and lastly, I will share a little bit the service that we have in USM, University of Malaysia, that consists of the traditional and complementary medicine also. Okay. Okay. Okay, TNCM. Okay, you know, traditional and complementary is now is not only we said is something that left behind. It's now one of the health service that acknowledged and under WHO. Sorry, World Health Organization, or known as WHO. So it's not something that we say is if in Malay, in also Indonesia, is ketinggalan zaman, no, nothing. It's like now we try to upgrade and then we try to incorporate it in our mainstream of healthcare. Okay, it's to be recognized into the mainstream of our healthcare, and now people around the world start to accept the effectiveness of the TNCM services. Okay. Okay, knowing that TNCM is what we call it as important health service, but often underestimated, because we know that if let's say who are practicing, sometimes you know, it's like people are underestimate this service. Okay, but in 2014, WHO came out with the WHO International Medicine strategy from 2014 until 2023. Okay, this is the policy which they focus on the policy, safety, efficacy, and quality of TNCM. They also look into the accessibility of the services, okay, by increasing the availability of the service, affordability of the services, especially for bottom billion population, okay, because this is the most, or what we call it, sick services from the bottom billion population. So now can we move maybe to the second part, because where I'm going to share about an overview of the TNCM practice in Malaysia. So I just want to share a little bit about the population, okay, the statistics of Malaysian. Okay, in 2020 is it's estimated around we have around 32.7 million individual in Malaysia. 70% of the population is Malays, and followed by 22% Chinese, 7% Indian, and then the remaining is 1%. Okay, okay. This showed Malaysia is a multiracial country, but as compared to what Prof. Magistrati said, in Indonesia you have more than 1,000, if I'm not mistaken. What we call it, if I'm not mistaken, okay? Why I'm presenting this data to you guys, okay? Why? Because in Malaysia, because if this is multi-country, multiracial country, it also has impact on the services, TNCM services available which I will share later in my presentation. Okay, a little bit on definition. Okay, basically we always will know people talking about TNCM, traditional medicine and complementary medicine. What is traditional and complementary medicine actually? Okay, traditional medicine is a knowledge, basically knowledge, skill, practice based on theory, belief and experience of local, meaning the local people of that particular country, the native people of that particular country, the one who are origin from that particular country. That one we call it as a traditional medicine. Okay. And they use this traditional medicine to maintain the health as well as in prevention, diagnosis, improvement or treatment of physical and mental illness. Okay, so how about complementary and also alternative medicine? Okay. Okay, sorry. Complementary and alternative medicine is a healthcare practice. Okay, that is not part of the country own tradition, meaning it's not part of the native people of there, and also not a conventional medicine. Conventional medicine here that I mentioned is like referring to modern medicine. Okay, it did not fall under traditional or also not fall under conventional medicine. Okay, so that one we call it as complementary or alternative medicine. Okay. So maybe a little bit of example, okay? So the most what we call it as simple service, massage therapy, okay? Massage treatment, okay? There's a lot of massage therapy that we have in around the world, okay? Like what I know, it's like we have shiatsu massage. Also we have aromatherapy massage, 3D massage, we have reflexology massage, and we also have tuna. Okay, and here in Malaysia we do have one massage, we call it as Malay traditional massage. Okay, this Malay traditional massage is categorized under traditional medicine in Malaysia. Okay, why? Because this is the traditional practice that of the native people in Malaysia. Okay, it's a skill or practice of native people in Malaysia. So that's why we call it is categorized under traditional medicine. Okay, but let's say somehow we want to recognize shiatsu massage in Malaysia. Okay, healthcare system. Okay, when we recognize, we bring in shiatsu massage in Malaysia. That one will be under complementary medicine because it's not origin from Malaysia. We bring it from other country but implement in Malaysia. Okay. That's how we're going to differentiate, okay, between complementary and traditional medicine, okay. This example explains why the TNCM areas of practice included under the term of TNCM, okay, can be vary from country to country and from region to region because we have to see the originality of the services, okay. So I hope that one is clear. Okay, we go to definition in Malaysia. This one is the definition from our Traditional and Complementary Medicine Act 2016, where we said TNCM is a form of health-related practice designed to prevent, treat, manage illness, or preserve the mental and physical well-being of an individual, excluded medical or dental practice used by medical and dental practitioners respectively. So this is what already been defined in our act, okay, in Malaysia. Next, maybe we can move into the national policy in Malaysia, okay. We want to have a look. The Ministry of Health are the one who are in charge for this development of TNCM services in Malaysia, has taken a positive and proactive approach toward TNCM services to ensure its quality and safety for the consumers. Okay, this is the most important thing, quality and safety. Okay, and came out with the national policy. Okay, we have this national policy of TNCM with the policy statement state, okay, TNCM shall be important component of the healthcare system. It will coexist with modern medicine and contribute towards enhancing the health and quality of life of all Malaysians. Okay, it's mentioned here. Okay. So what is the vision of the TNCM division in Malaysia? Okay, TNCM shall optimally be integrated in Malaysian healthcare system to achieve a holistic approach towards enhancing health and the quality of life. Okay, this is the vision of TNCM in Malaysia. Okay, now I would like to bring you a little bit of the milestone of the NCM services in Malaysia. Okay, this we go a bit about the history, a business story on development of the NCM practice in Malaysia. Okay, let me take you back to time. Okay, it started basically with a research proposal. Okay, there's someone, okay, some individual, okay, the doctor, okay, basically they come up with a research proposal for alternative medicine back in 1987, which then evolved in 1996 as a TNCM unit was under Family Health Division and Development Division. Okay, we start with a research proposal, but then about 10 years after that, then there is a TNCM unit formed under the Family Health Division in Malaysia. Okay. And then after that, 2 years later, TNCM have already come up with standing committee. They established one standing committee with a big responsibility to develop and incorporate of the NCM into national policy. Okay, and then when we entering the year 2000, we enhanced into Herbal Medical Research Center was formed under IMR, which is Institute for Medical Research. Okay, then a year after that, the first national policy of the NCM was launched. Okay, and then followed by the establishment of the NCM division in 2004. Okay, which we can see it to around 8 years after being formed under the Family Health Development Division to stand alone. Okay. In 2007, I would call it as a big achievement where the TNCM services start to be offered in the public hospital in Malaysia. Okay, public hospital, government hospital meaning. Okay, and the first hospital who offering the service was hospital Kepala Batas Hospital in Pulau Pinang. Okay, Pulau Pinang is the first hospital offering TNCM services. Okay, and then after that, I would say 9 years after that, Malaysia government come out with the Traditional and Complementary Act 2016 to protect practice and practitioner, and also the user also included, and also known as Act 775. Okay, this is the what we call it act that we developed for traditional and complementary medicine. Okay. Under this TNCM Act 2006, we listed around 7 recognized practice area that only can be practiced in Malaysia. We only have 7 recognized practice area to your knowledge. Okay. Okay. Now coming back to now 2021, we already have 15 public hospital offering the TNCM services. So meaning I will show later the what we call it the mapping of these services. Okay. So for me, it's like a big achievement for Malaysia because we try to recognize, we try to acknowledge the practitioner in the healthcare system. They also can contribute. They also can what we call it communicate with the healthcare provider. Okay, maybe we can move a little bit into the TNCM blueprint. Okay, as the TNCM practice progress in Malaysia, the TNCM division with technical support. Okay, we have technical support from WHO, we have organization. Then we come out with the TNCM blueprint for 2018 until 2027. Okay, it's a 10-year program project. Okay, the blueprint aims to facilitate the regulation, integration and economic development of the TNCM industry in Malaysia. Okay, in this blueprint also the TNCM division has identified the challenges in TNCM industry, because we need to know what is the challenges that arise whenever we want to move further. Okay, the general direction and also the 4 focus area, which are practice, education, medicinal material and product, and last but not least, the research area. This is the 4 main areas of focus that already be aligned in this national and complementary blueprint. Okay. Okay, for the same blueprint, okay, the committee come out with the strategy and action plan to be implemented for the next 10 years for TNCM services in Malaysia. Okay, this is the more or less the things is launched in 30 March 2018. Okay, so now it will be used until 2027. Okay, so maybe we can because we already know the focus of what we call it as major focus in TNCM. Okay, so we want to see the governance of TNCM in it. Okay, Malaysia already identified for major focus. Okay, so you can see on the slide it's a practice and practitioner, education and training, research and products. Okay, so for each TNCM focus is under the control of different ministry or different units basically. The Ministry of Health are governed for these three. I mean the practitioner, the research and also products. Okay, but under different units. Okay, the Ministry of Health for practice and practitioner is under TNCM division. Meanwhile, for research is under National Institute of Health, and for product is under National Pharmaceutical Regulatory Agency. Okay, and for education, okay, meanwhile for education, okay, and training in TNCM it fall under Ministry of Higher Education. Okay, and for skill and training it fall under the Ministry of Human Resources. They set up the specific act that they need to implement for this particular education and training in TNCM. Okay, so maybe we can go a little bit about the regulation. Okay, okay, in order to maintain the quality, safety, and development of the TNCM service, okay, Ministry of Health also have a regulatory division. We have a regulatory what we call documentation that will monitor and guide any related TNCM matters. Okay, so as you can see, for I mean for herbal plant, okay, also herbal products, okay, all the product at least they need to comply. Okay, there's a must comply for Sales of Drug Act 1952, Poison Act 1952, and then just Drug Act 1952. Okay, there's also another few what we call it act that they need to comply, but this is the most important. Okay, another example is that for practice and practitioner, okay, domain, okay, this one sub focus, this fall under TNCM Act 2016. Okay, this is I would say quite new. It's around 5 years. The act is only developed within these 5 years. Okay, it governed by the TNCM Council and TNCM Division as the secretariat to the council. Okay. So as for the quality of research, Malaysia have a National Committee on Research and Development of Medicinal Herbs under the National Institute of Health to maintain the quality and the safety of the research. Okay, this one is basically the overview. Okay, so each and every domain have their own what we call it agenda. Okay, so so now let us take a closer look at the TNCM practice and practitioner, because for me it's like you want to practice, you have to have to acknowledge the practitioner so that the practitioner can provide a very good what we call it service to the consumer, and also help the healthcare provider in terms of giving a better healthcare what we call it outcome. Okay.
I'm sorry, Dr. Fatima Tusahro, you
Yeah.
have minutes left.
How many minutes?
2 minutes.
Oh my God. Okay. So maybe I need to skip this one. Okay, because thank you for the reminder. I thought it's already 5 minutes. Okay. Okay, we shall move. Okay, this one is okay. Now, currently we are in what we call it the second phase of the enforcement of the TNCM Act. Okay. Now we encourage all the practitioners to what we call it to register with the MOH. Okay. We the database noted that we have around 16,000 of traditional practitioners to date. Okay, might be more than that. This one is like those who are already registered, but we know that there is more than that number will be registered after this. Okay, we call it as transition period, where we ask them to might take around 4 to 5 years. Then we going to end this second phase and enter to the third phase, we will full force the what we call it act. Okay, so I will just share this one. Okay, this is the traditional and complementary medicine that can be practiced in Malaysia. We only have 7 areas, which is traditional medicine, Indian, and Chinese. Okay, we also have homeopathy, chiropractic, osteopathy, also Islamic medical practice. This is the only 7 area that can be practiced in Malaysia and recognized. Okay, okay. So I would like to share about this. Okay, for each one we have what we call it subdivision under each therapy, but because of the time constraint, maybe next time. Okay, to show that we really serious in terms of to acknowledge and also to make the practitioner become more professional, we already have the practice guidelines. Okay, in our setting. Okay, so this is the practice guideline already produced by MOH for the practitioner to practice in our setting. Okay. So basically, this is the integration of TNCM services. We already made the WHO already acknowledged us as one of the country that integrate TNCM in national healthcare system. Okay. Okay, like I said, it's the mapping of the public hospital that offering TNCM services is throughout the Malaysia. Okay, maybe later after COVID, you can come and visit us, okay, to see how we carry out the service. And this is the services that provided at the TNCM units in public health facilities. Okay, with specific indication for chronic pain, post-stroke, okay, maybe for adjunct therapy for cancer patient and also for musculoskeletal problem. Okay, this is a little bit maybe moderator, can I have maybe 2 minutes more? Okay, so TNCM services in Malaysia, in USM. Okay. Okay, this is the building. Okay, we just move in here around not more than 2 years. Okay, we get this new building to provide our service. Okay. Okay, basically what we can see, this service started 7 years after Hospital Kepala Batas. We started in February 2014, and currently our service is Malay traditional medicine, for Malay traditional massage, senaman tua, and counselling for herbal medicine. And maybe after 2 months, we go into offer wet cupping. Okay, we already set up everything, and wet cupping is the next service, and very near. Okay, and then maybe acupuncture, and we also plan for training center. Okay. So this is the setting of the clinic. In front of here is Dr. Ishafo, the head of the specialist for what we call it traditional and complementary integrative unit. Okay, this is the what we call it treatment room. Okay, so okay, some pictures. Okay, we can skip that one. Okay, how the flow. I want to share that we integrate. Okay, basically the practitioner and also the medical doctor together in order to come up with the what we call it therapy. Okay, whenever you want to what we call it to undergo the treatment, new cases need to be referred by doctors. Okay, from other institution, from other clinic. Okay, the doctor need to refer to this clinic. Okay, and before we start the treatment, the patient will be reviewed by the specialist or the medical doctor in this particular unit. Okay, then they will check for the suitability. And then they will suggest, discuss with the practitioner the most suitable treatment. Okay, this is where I feel it very unique, because the traditional practitioner and also the medical doctor sit down together and discuss about the patient, and then they come up with the plan. What is the most suitable treatment for this particular patient, and how long it should be. Okay, we call it as a prescription for the patient, even though it's it's like massage therapy, but when they say the severity of it, and then they will talk between themselves, these two medical practitioner and also traditional practitioner, and then they will come up with this is the plan that most suitable. And after the therapy, they will review again to see whether this patient achieve the outcome or not. Or if let's say it's not achieve the outcome, they might discuss and see whether this treatment is suitable, or they need to refer back again to the other discipline. Okay, so okay, because of time's constraint, okay. So I also say I would like to say also regarding the how we are not just acknowledge preparing the health traditional and complementary practitioner, but we also preparing the other healthcare provider to acknowledge these services. We now implementing also we adopt some curriculum to be implemented in our pharmacy setting, pharmacy curriculum, so that we have a general knowledge. So later in our service, we can collaborate. We can discuss pertaining to the patient, what we call it as maybe patient matters, okay, to come up with the best therapeutic outcome for the patient, okay.
I'm sorry, doctor.
Okay, so and for that, I just in conclusion, I would just say that the current state of TNCM development in Malaysia will help to strengthen TNCM practitioner roles in Malaysia national healthcare system. This achievement is not only acknowledge TNCM practice and practitioner, but it will also benefit both healthcare provider and also the general public. So with that, thank you for your attention. Thank you. I return the session to Dr. Suciati. Sorry for the for the time.
Thank you, Dr. Fatimatus Zahro, for sharing with us the update on traditional and complementary medicine in Malaysia. It is great to know that TCM has been well integrated in various sectors in Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are moving to our last speakers in this session, Assistant Professor Dr. Sukanya Dets Adisai. Please allow me to introduce her. Assistant Professor Dr. Sukanya Det Adisai attained her doctoral degree in the field of pharmaceutical biology from Heidelberg University in Germany. She is currently a lecturer and head of Department of Pharmacognosy and Pharmaceutical Botany, Faculty of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Prince of Songkhla University, Thailand. Her research of interest phytochemistry, plant defense mechanism, toxic plant, and biological activities of natural products. She has published many research articles on reputable journals and received many awards. Her presentation today entitled Amazing Traditional Remedies from Thailand, History and Modern Application. Dr. Sukanya, the screen is yours. I'm sorry, Dr. Sukanya. Okay. Still mute the voice.
Okay. Yes. Did you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks a lot. First of all, I would like to thank for the organizer of the international webinar on herbal medicine from Airlangga University in Indonesia. I think if it's not online meeting, I will be in Indonesia once more, because several times in Indonesia is really nice country. So I would like to start with my topic because limitation of the time. So I hope that I can be on time. Okay, my topic is amazing traditional remedy from Thailand, from the history to modern application. Oh, it cannot move. I don't know. Okay, so we will start with the type of register of Thai herbal medicine in Thailand from Thai FDA. FDA can register only 4 categories of Thai traditional medicine. The first one is the traditional drugs. What does it mean? This means is that everything is the same with the history from traditional use. For example, that the indication, therapeutic claim, dosage, administration, and everything is the same from, we get this knowledge from generation to generation. For example, that if in the history we use with boiling the medicine, the herbal medicine in water, also now we also use the same way. So the dosage form are not different from the history. This is mean traditional drugs in Thai FDA. For the second one is modified traditional drugs. What does it mean of this? This group is different from the first one a little bit. Just only different only for the modify of the dosage form. For example, in the history, you can take herbal medicine by chewing the leaves, but now they can modify a little bit by make like a leaf powder and fill in the capsule. Sometimes it's good because from the leaves it's really bitter. For example, that Endocarpus paniculata is really bitter because they are the king of bitter. So if you can fill up in the capsule, it's more comfortable and easy for the patient to take it. And for the third group is herbal, modern herbal medicine, or we call it phytopharmaceuticals. This is it approved from the second one that when we know this is a good herbal medicine and we know some extract is really active, so we make like a semi-purified compound, not really purified, it's semi-purified compound, and we classify it's like a modern medicine. For the indication, therapeutic claim, dosage form, or everything is based on clinical trial evidence-based. Yeah. So for this group, we have to make like a standard for herbal extract. We have to control the quality of the extract. But for the last group, from Thai FDA, is we call new drugs. New drug is mean that a complete drug development process. So for this one, we have to find out the active compound from the herbal medicine. So we have to isolate and purify the compound. So we call this group it modern medicine. But however, in Thailand at the moment, most of Thai traditional medicine is fall to the first three groups. For this group is only very, very few that can call new drugs. In Thailand, for example, if we call new drug from this plant, Cathalentus loceus, we know that we can isolate vincristine or vinbazine for anti-cancer. This is we can call it a new drug. But in Thailand, most of the Thai traditional medicine fall to the first three group. It's not easy to find the new drug in the last group. So, however, in Thailand, we need also to standardize also the raw medicine, raw material. For example, if you have the plant material, and after that you want to produce Thai herbal medicine, you have also to control. That is, they have enough active component inside, or they have insecticide, herbicide, or heavy metal or something like that. So we start with GAP. It means that good agricultural practice. We have the book, and we if you have the agricultural field, so you want to get GAP, you have to apply also that you pass for GAP or not. And also in Thailand, we have the book we call THP, or Thai Herbal Pharmacopoeia, from each plant, that you can check that if you want to produce some medicine, you can take a raw material from the garden, from the shop, or from the countryside. But anyway, before you make a herbal medicine, you have to control the raw material, and you can check the spec, that specification, what that you have to control. For example, that how many active ingredient in this plant, or moisture content, acid content, or something like that. They will contain in this book. We call it THP. Up to now, they have the new version is I think 2021. And we also have the other book, for example, monograph of selected Thai medica. Also is control the quality and also GMP for the production. For example, that in Thailand now is the problem for Thai herbal medicine. Normally we have GMP only the Western pharmaceutical company that can produce the Western medicine, GMP for that. But for herbal medicine, we lost for the GMP. Now the government try to scale up that on the company or on the factory that produce herbal medicine must have GMP. In Thailand, normally we have the national drug list. That how many medicine that the government or the government the hospital that belong to government can use. We have the list of the Western medicine. Up to now, we also have list of herbal medicine in that book. For the list of herbal medicine in national drug list, they compose with the traditional preparation and the medicine that form research and development. We have both sides. For the Thai herbal preparation, we also have the book to control the quality of that preparation also. We call it a Thai herbal preparation pharmacopoeia. This is come from the Department of Thai Traditional and Alternative Medicine. They start the first edition in 2018. Up to now, we have only second edition is in 2020. I think the next version will be 2 years later. They will have maybe in 2022. Up now, we go to the amazing Thai traditional remedies. From this, you can call TTM for Thai traditional medicine. Normally, we can call like that if you use to prepare by 28 classical method to prepare TTM. For example, that if you boiling in water or you macerate in alcohol or you make like a powder, that we call it a classical method. I will show 2 examples of the herbal traditional remedy. For example, the first one, I think everybody know that, Herbal. Herbal is really famous in Thailand and also for tourists and also for the spa. And also when I was in Germany, this also import from Thailand to Germany and also is a favorite and high and costly in foreign country. In Thailand, we use this to complete a massage. And inside is composed with many herbal medicine. The indication is for relieve the pain and protect skin disease because some herbal medicine that composed in this herbal bond is also have the antimicrobial or antifungal activity. For example, that inside is composed with a ply in Thai name, and in scientific name is Zingiber montanum. I think also in Indonesia you also have it. And turmeric is favorite for Thailand. Also we use for cooking to make yellow cooking for the many Thai food. And Thai lime, citrus histric. This also we use only the peel out of this fruit. And tamarind we use only for the leaves. And sompoi is Acacia consina. We also use the leaves. And lemongrass, that also normally we use for Thai cooking, but now we use also for herbal bond. And we also add camphor, borneol, and salt in this. And you see that on ingredients. And after that, we add together and pull together and mix. And after that, make like a ball like this with a cotton. Yeah. And after that, when we want to use is basically we moist the herbal bag and heat it and with a steamer like this for 5 minutes. Or somebody they use microwave It's also possible. And after that, you place everywhere for the body when you have a pain for 30 seconds or 1 minute. Yeah, for each pain. Somebody, they don't have a pain, but they want to be relaxed in the spa, something like that. The second plant that I would say that is Payayo, or the scientific name is Clinacanthus nutrans. This plant is really amazing because in Thailand we make like many remedy. The first one, the basic, is we use like a balm. We take the extract from this plant for 4% weight by weight. Indication for allergy, you can take onto your skin that has allergy, or when you have the insect biting, you also can use it like this. This also that sometime from our department also go to the hospital or go to some countryside and teach the people in the community how to prepare it, because easily for them to do by themselves. But for this plant, normally in the apotheker in your or drugstore in Thailand, we use in the cream or tincture. This is really good for herpes simplex and herpes zoster. We can use instead of acyclovir cream or acyclovir tablet. But the best way to use this plant, we use a fresh one. You can use the fresh leaf or payayo, and after blend it with water or a little bit alcohol to extract the active compound, and after that put on your skin that have herpes simplex or herpes zoster. It's really active. Why I say that you have to use this as a fresh one, because they have some publications say that because the active compound inside is not stable. So when you formulate, you can keep not so long time. So it's best way you grow in your house, and after when you have the herpes simplex zoster, you take is the fresh one. And this also in our department, we have many remedy of Thai herbal medicine. This is only the example. For example, we have the spray lotion for mosquito, for citronella oil, we have the capsule, we have a herbal bond, we have the balm. This is also from Thai pharmacy students have to learn. They have to learn both. They have to learn also Western medicine and also herbal medicine. And this I would show you about the herbal population in the market in Thailand. Because in Thailand, we have many population. For example, that this is in the solution. This is also in the tablet from herbal medicine. And this is like a powder. And this is like a bolus. And some is soft, some is hard. And also it's a herbal capsule. But the problem of Thai traditional medicine in Thailand, sometimes we have some project to determine the adulterant in the Thai traditional medicine. We found that inside they add Western medicine, for example, piloxicam, diclofenac, in the Thai herbal medicine. But the people, the patient, when they take Thai herbal medicine, they think that they take only herbal medicine. They don't take Western medicine. They say it's more safe. But the problem when they take Thai herbal medicine and it's composed with steroid, prednisolone and dexamethasone, this is really big problem. After that they get a moon phase, Cushing syndrome or something like that. And when we find out, oh, because they take herbal medicine so long time, and that herbal medicine is have the adulterant with steroid, yeah, and sometimes also whitening agent, hydroquinone also that can adulterant to herbal medicine. Up to now, I have to say for the update of herbal medicine for COVID-19 in Thailand. Now, the situation in Thailand really bad. Today in the morning, the report for the new cases in Thailand, more than 9,000, is close to 10,000. Oh, amazing. How can it come? So many research about to use herbal medicine for COVID-19. There has one publication from scientific report from the Thai researcher. They have the screening. They're screening about 122 crude extract and purified compound from Thai herbal medicine to investigate that they can use for COVID-19 or not. They found that they have about 3 purified compound and 3 extract. That is most selective, most effective to COVID-19. The first one is endocaphyli. Endocaphyli is active also both with purified compound and also the leaf extract, Endocaphis paniculata extract. And the second one is sick gingerol. This is extract from Zingiber officinale. And the third plant is Bosenbergia rotunda. And the active compound inside is Pendalathin A. They found that this is a 4 candidates that effective to COVID-19, 99%. For purified compound, the most effective is endocaphyli, and for Bosenbergia is Pendalathin A, and 2 extract that is active is Bosenbergia rotunda, or the common name is fingerroot, and Zingiber officinale or ginger. In Thailand, up to now, the doctor, the medical doctor can use the how to say the tablet that have endocaphyli. At least they have to calculate that because they have a report. If the patient has COVID-19, but the symptom is not seriously, just only mild symptom, they can start with endocaphyli. They have to use the dose 180 milligram per day, divided to 3 times a day. They first use with a big group because they have not enough medicine, and the reports say that it's really good. It's really good, and a little bit side effect for diarrhea or something like that. Yeah. So now we don't have enough Endocaphis paniculata in Thailand. I think also the fingerroot we also cannot find in the market, because all the company bought it to produce the medicine. And not only the herbal medicine that we suggest to the patient or to
I'm
the...
sorry, Dr.
Yep.
Sukanya.
Yep.
2 minutes.
Okay, I will finish soon. And so for the not only herbal medicine that we can use also the food that can to make immunostimulation. For example, you can eat a mushroom or fish mint plant, and also you can eat some vegetable or fruit that have a high vitamin C, bioflavonoid, and anthocyanin. And also now in Thailand, they try to make a vaccine by tobacco, by ourselves. They try up to now, they prove and success in try out in mice and monkey. And they try by integrate the DNA virus into the tobacco leaves, and after that the plant is respond by to the DNA and produce the protein, and after that they try to extract this protein to make a vaccine. And we hope that if it have the good result in the future, we can use tobacco leaves that is easy and cheap to produce. And the company in Thailand, they say they will don't make patent for this vaccine. And the company in this, they call it Bayer. Yeah. So within 2 minutes, I think I have enough. The last one I have to say thank you once more, Terima kasih, for inviting me to be the speaker today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sukanya, for interesting presentation on the history and application of Thai traditional remedies. So, ladies and gentlemen, finally it's time for discussion. So, I would like to invite all three speakers, Professor Mangestuti, Dr. Fatima Tuzahro, and Dr. Sukanya to answer some question from the participants. So, the first question is for Professor Mangestuti from Yega Segara. Professor Mangestuti, I want to ask about the prevention from COVID-19. What product of jamu can prevent COVID-19? And what is the ingredient of jamu which can prevent us from COVID-19? There are some questions actually. And the next question is product of jamu more effective than conventional drug? And what is the side effect of jamu? Thank you, Prof. Manges.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Moderator. And there is also another question, also related to what herbals is used for immunity. Yes, after 1.5 years of the pandemic, we all realize now that immunity is the only way against any kinds of diseases, including COVID-19 infection. But now we are having a problem, as I mentioned in my presentation, that we have an unhealthy society that is caused by unhealthy lifestyle. This is not easy at all for all healthcare providers to help people in the community to stay away from this kind of pandemic. Why is it so? Because if we want to get rid of any kinds of diseases, including infectious diseases, then we have to have a total immunity. Total immunity means that we have to be sure that all of our vital body organs work properly. But now we are facing with high sugar level, high cholesterol level, uric acid level, blood pressure. So what shall we do? So what we can do now is, especially for us as healthcare provider, is giving advice to everyone to be in a healthy state, using healthy lifestyle. That is the only weapon for me. If you want to get, if we want to enjoy or we want to experience the benefits of taking nature's medicines, for instance, herbals. So, so my suggestion is first, follow a very healthy lifestyle. Take necessary doctor's medicines, and herbs will be taken under control, under doctor's control, with one important thing, control of, how to say that, nutrition. So we have to be sure that we don't take enough, we don't eat lots of sugar, for instance, and fatty foods. That is the prerequisite. As I mentioned also, that we are surrounded by herbal that can help us to stay healthy all the time. But now the fact we are getting ill, we are getting sick very easily. Such as what happens in Thailand, also in Indonesia. So without realizing that we have to conduct a very healthy lifestyle, any kinds of nature's medicines, including herbal, is useless. So when we becomes healthier, then we can use what Thailand has already experienced. Andrographis paniculata. That is personally me is the drug of choice in this situation. Number two, I would propose to take a regular drink composed of turmeric, ginger, and Santorrhiza rhizomes or Java turmeric regularly. And number three, steam inhalation using eucalyptus oil or cajuput oil. That is the answer. About doctor's medicines, as I told you, as I mentioned in my slide presentation, there is not enough information about herbs and drug interaction. But it becomes very difficult for people who already have comorbids, who already have degenerative diseases. So everything has to be under doctor's control. I think that's my answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you for Mangesh for the answers. I hope that's answering the question of the participant. So next we have question for Dr. Fatimatus Zahro from Tri Wahyudi. He asked, what is the criteria needed for someone to become certified or registered TCM providers, since most of them not have educational background on learn traditionally or autodidact? But yes, that is the question.
Okay.
Dr. Fatima Tisaro.
Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. Okay,
Yes,
I anticipate this question because that's why we call it a transition period. Okay, whereas we can totally push everything that they are not having the what we call it as what we call certified as mean of nowadays education. Okay, but they have the experience. Okay, we cannot deny that. Okay, so there's for this time period, the transition period, what happened is like for those who are already in the service, okay, conducted the service at least 5 to 10 years. Okay, they need to submit the form. Okay, and then they also need to produce the evidence. Okay, and as like when we apply for a job, we have to have a referee. So that's true for them. They have someone to have to become the referee, so that for the MOH or the TNCM division, they will investigate before they can be registered. Okay, this is for only for this what we call it transition period only. Okay, so for the rest, we still now we already have the certification to your knowledge. Okay, I didn't mention about that. So we already have diploma and also degree in terms of for the traditional medicine. So for those who already have this certification, they definitely can register as a practitioner. And whenever you want to register, it doesn't mean that you want to, if you are have a certificate in traditional and traditional Indian medicine, you only can register under traditional Indian medicine. But so you can practice only that area. Okay, you can't practice Malay medicines. Okay, you have to only practice to whatever recognized area that you are entitled to. Okay, I hope that answer you. Okay, this only apply for this what we call it the phase 2. Okay, for the transition period. After this, no more. Even you have I mean, if after the phase 3, even you have 10 years of experience, but if you are not having the certification, you are not practicing, I mean not under don't have proper training, you cannot register as a practitioner in Malaysia. Okay, I hope that's answer. Okay, for the first part, is there any question more?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Fatima Tusahro. Yes, I think it's already been, what is it, well regulated in Malaysia, right? For
Yeah,
that.
I'm happy that one for that particular parts, because it's like it's safe for the what we call it, consumer to seek the treatment. Okay, we know there's regulation, and also we have a certified practitioner, so you can go.
Okay, thank you. So we have a question. Next, we have question for Dr. Sukanya from Miss Anindya. Her question is, aciclovir for herpes medication needs some time to heal the swelling part. How effective is the traditional medicine? Oh, I think maybe she was referring to one of your slide. And against aciclovir, and you said that it's not very stable. Will it have side effect if it's used for herpes medication?
You mean for Clinacanthus nutrans?
I think
right?
yes.
Okay, for this plant, it's no side effect. It's really perfect for me. For example, when I have to work in faculty drugstore, we also grow this plant in front of our drugstore. And after that, when I have some patient that they came to the drugstore to buy the acyclovir cream or tincture or acyclovir tablet, and they ask them, and they say that, oh, I have this problem often. You know that when our body is weak, the herpes simplex or herpes zoster will come back. So I say to them that, okay, I think you have to grow this plant in your house. And after that, I cut this plant and I take the branches of this plant to him. And I say that you can grow this and take the leaves immediately and use it. And normally we use in the external use. So don't be serious about any problem for that, because external. And also they use for generation to generation, because some I saw some question or some remark, they say that how to know that the side effect or the toxicity from the traditional use. I think for this, it seems to be like they has clinical trial from history, because we use from generation to generation in the history. But if they want to make like a modern medicine, they extract for the pure compound. That is a problem that they must make like a toxicity test, something like that. For example, like one plant, they has a baracol, Sennacium. They has baracol. When we eat this, when the cooking or we take the leaves, make like a powder, we have no problem. But after they extract to be a pure compound from baracol, they have a hepatotoxic. That is meaning that if you use like a traditional way, it's no problem. Did you get the answer?
I hope. Thank you for the answers. We have one more question for Dr. Sukanya.
Yep.
How from Christina? How do you know if traditional and complementary medicine or practice is safe or effective?
That I say at the last sentence, that I say that because Thai traditional medicine we use from generation to generation, it seems like you have clinical trial because you use it from human already. So we have the report that our grandmother, grandparents also use and no problem. So if you use the same way, no problem. Seem to be like that you have safety report from generation to generation. But if you would like to make like a new drugs, modern medicine, that is, you must make the toxicity test, side effect, allergy test or something like that. But the answer is, it means that you have to use the same way. That is, make sure no side effect. Or it's also have to look also the patient that they have the other disease that they say that not not good to for this plant, for this herbal medicine. Because in Thailand, in traditional use, they also say that this plant you cannot use for this kind of patient, something like that. They have also from generation to generation. Did you get the answer, Catalia?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for the answer.
Thank you.
Next question is for Dr. Fatima Zahro. How is a traditional Malaysian medicine served? Is it still in the traditional way, or has there been a development into a modern dosage form?
Okay, also a good question because I'm not touching anything about this, right? Okay, basically in Malaysia we already have some of the product already converted into modern medicine, modern what we call it form. Okay, capsule, we have tablets. Okay, those every what we call it products that you produce in terms of this, you need to register under NPRA. Okay, they will check for the content before you can what we call it market to for the consumer. Okay, most of these what we call it products just used for supplement. Okay, wellness. We can't claim for therapeutic use because there's no specific study to address for therapeutic use for current situation. Maybe next later when we have a lot of data, then only we can use this as a therapeutic setting. Okay. As for current, all the modern what we call all the traditional medicine that converted into modern dosage, we only use it as a supplement. Okay, but we still have the traditional things also. That one is less self prepared in our house. Okay, maybe you want to. We also have jamu. Okay, like Indonesians, same like you guys. Okay, same like what Indonesian practice. Okay, after deliver the baby, we still some they prefer to have in terms of tablets, but some they still prefer to have a traditional kind of thing. They like to boil all the what we call turmeric, and some we call, I'm not sure what you call it, is manjakani. Okay, for the what we call it the general well-being after during the postnatal care. So I hope that one is also answering the question. Okay. Okay,
Thank you, Dr. Fatima Zahro, for the answer. One last question for Professor Mangestuti. The question is from Endah Sri Palupi. She asks, is there any indicator of our body that show overdose during consumption of traditional medicine? And what should we do to neutralize? Professor Mangestuti, still mute.
Sorry, I forgot. So the question is about side effects, a possible
yes,
adverse reaction. Mild ones. For example, if we try to use Andrographis paniculata, some mild adverse reaction will include abdominal upset, skin allergy. So with garlic, for example, if you take garlic, there also might be some reaction related to abdominal upset. So what we should do when we have that kind of adverse reaction? Personally, I would like to ask to divide the doses. So I mean, for example, if we try 1 clove of garlic and we feel uneasy, then what we should do is just take half of it. Just try. You know why? Why I'm saying that? Because those are natural, relatively safe, unless you take doctor's medicines. So just try half of the dose. But if still you get the adverse reaction, then stop it. Don't use it any longer. I think hope that it will answer my question. By the way, Dr. Suchi, can I answer one interesting question about where the word jamu is originated?
Oh, okay. Yes, please, Prof. Manges.
Yeah, this is a very good question. The word jamu itself originated from the word jampi. It's a Japanese word, jampi or usodo. It means both means medicine. So used for curing and preventing health problems. But there is another publication which mentioned that jamu comes from a high straight Japanese language, jampi. Jampi itself means sacred recipe, and this actually is true since long time ago when all the recipes was first originated among the community. It is a secret. So it is originated from members of the royal family, and then common people try to learn from them. So formerly it is, but firstly it was a secret medicine. That's all. My hope that it will answer the question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Mangestuti. And there are still some questions from the participants. However, due to limited time, we have to end the discussion session. Please join me to thank all the speakers for this session for amazing presentation. It was a pleasure to have you with us. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Dean of Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Airlangga, the organizing committee would like to give a certificate of appreciation to the speakers. The first certificate we would like to give to Professor Mangestuti Agil. Thank you, Prof. Manges.
Very much. Thank you very much.
The second certificate we would like to give to Dr. Fatimatu Zahro. Thank you, Dr. Fatimatu Zahro. And the third certificate we would like to give to Assistant Professor Dr. Sukanya Azisai.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we are moving to the second session. This session we also have 3 speakers. Dr. Sarifa Sultana from Daffodil International University, Bangladesh. Dr. Ram Kumar Sahu from Assam University, India. And last but not least, we have Professor Kenji Watanabe from Yokohama University of Pharmacy in Japan. The arrangement for the second session is we are going to have presentation from one speaker first, from Dr. Sarifa. Then we have a Friday prayer break until 1 p.m. Then we come back with our second and third speaker, Dr. Sahu and Professor Watanabe, followed by discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, I would like to introduce our first speaker of this session, Dr. Sarifa Sultana. Dr. Sarifa received her doctoral degree in the field of pharmaceutical technology from University of Dhaka. She is currently an associate professor at the Department of Pharmacy, Faculty of Allied Health Sciences, Daffodil International University in Bangladesh. She has many experience, especially working on instrument for natural product isolation, identification, as well as pharmacological evaluation using animal models, histopathological investigation, in vitro microbial cultures and techniques. Her research interests on nanotechnology-based approach and investigational therapeutics against COVID-19. Impact of food and nutrition on COVID-19 patients. Possibilities of medicinal plants to treat SARS-CoV-2. an ethnopathological survey on traditional medicinal plants at Keranigan, Dhaka, Bangladesh. Her presentation today entitled Traditional Herbal Medicine Used in Bangladesh. Dr. Sarifa, you have 20 minutes. The screen is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Sucheta. It's really a great opportunity for me to select me as a speaker from Bangladesh. I think my video presentation will be played now. So thank you all.
Do you want us to help you sharing the screen, your presentation? Do you want our help to share screen your presentation slide?
Oh yeah, can I present now or you play the video?
I mean, do you want us to share screen the slides, or are you going to use your own slide?
Yeah, I share my screen.
Okay, thank you.
Is it visible?
Yes, already.
Okay. Actually, this is my topic that is traditional herbal medicine. First, I would like to focus on the traditional medicine. Excuse me. Traditional medicine or indigenous or folk medicine consists of medicinal aspects of traditional knowledge that developed over generation within the folk beliefs of various societies before the era of modern science. It refers to health practices, approach, knowledge, and belief incorporating plant, animal, and mineral-based medicine, spiritual therapies, manual techniques, and exercise. It applied alone or in combination to treat, diagnosis, and prevent illness or maintain well-being. Now, the herbal medicine. Herbal medicine or herbalism is the study of pharmacognosy and the use of medicinal plants, which are a basis of traditional medicine. It is also called phytomedicine or phytotherapy. The use of herbal medicine is increased sharply day by day due to its reduced side effect. I focused on the using rate of traditional medicine and complementary therapy based on.
I'm sorry, Dr. Sarifa, maybe you need to put on the, the slide in the, what is it, the slideshow?
Yeah.
This is not on slideshow.
Is it okay now?
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is the graph that I taken from the WHO Global Report on Traditional and Complementary Medicine 2019, where they describe that the rate of member state around the world is increased from 99 to 2018. And it indicates that using rate of herbal medicine is raised, and it is also same for our Southeast Asian region where Bangladesh. And I focused the current scenario of using rate of herbal medicine in Bangladesh. Actually, there are lots of Bangladeshi pharmaceuticals and nutraceuticals company come forward to develop the herbal medicine. Around 500 Ayurvedic, Unani, and homeopathic pharmaceutical laboratories are manufacturing these products, and they're using almost 2,000 different medicinal herbs which are used to treat different types of ailments, and where 450 to medicinal plants are enlisted as growing or available plant in Bangladesh. 17 licensed drug manufacturer in the country for producing herbal medicine is working, and the market price is increased sharply, which is almost in case of allopathic drug, it is 6,000 crore, but in case of herbal medicine, it raises 1,000 crore. The global herbal medicine market is growing sharply from 15 to 20% per year. There are the common herbs that I mentioned, which is bashok, justimodu, haritoki, cloves, cinnamon, bark, tulsi, amla, ginger. These are our local name, and here is their scientific name. These medicinal plants are used in different types of ailment like cough and fever, sore throat, laxative, cough and respiratory disease, digestive tonic, cough and soothing effect, and also used in vitamin C deficiency. Now, why the people select this medicinal plant or herbal medicine in Bangladesh? Because it is natural and everybody believes that nature provides solution to good health. Unlike synthetic pharmaceutical medicine, herbs are easily absorbed in body and bloodstream, leaving minimal residual and side effect. Used in developing countries where cost of drug is prohibitive, poor accessibility to drugs in rural areas, and shortage of physicians. From a survey of people of Bangladesh, I found that almost 57% people believe that herbal medicine is solely sufficient to reduce their disease. And from another survey, I found that they think that herbal medicine are free from side effects, where the almost 57% think this one. From one of my published paper, I summarized this thing, the plant part which are commonly used to reduce this disease are whole plant leaves, roots, seeds, fruits, stems and barks, flowers, woods, whereas leaves are in maximum percentage. And then the herbal medicine to treat different types of disease like cough, dental trouble, arthritis, fever, diarrhea, skin disorder, piles, jaundice, insect bite, menstrual disorder, abdominal pain. And nowadays we are using these types of herbs to reduce COVID-19, where I mentioned in my next slide. These are the common herbs that are used in Bangladesh, and I published in one of paper where these are the scientific name, Justica adatoda, local name Bashok, used to treat cough, asthma, and it has the impact to reduce the symptoms of COVID too. It used as oral inhalation. And there are lots of plants. I focused on 25 plants like Rauwolfia serpentina and amaranth. These are common plants, and we are using this plant as topically oral preparation, and sometimes we use the juice, decoction, paste in this way. And we of course use some leaf juice, leaf paste, wood paste of this plant. So in my paper, I focused this 25 plant, and beside this 25 plant, there are lots of plants that I mentioned. Almost 400 to 500 plants are mostly used in different pharmaceutical company to manufacture this herbal drug. Now I am focusing the potential herbs which are used to treat COVID-19. Actually, we know there is no food which is can cure COVID-19, but it can give some symptomatic relief, and sometimes it gives antiviral effect, immunomodulator, and it helps to boost up our immunity and reduce some signs and symptoms of COVID-19. Now, the first one, black cumin. I got lots of paper where mentioning that black cumin or Nigella sativa, which is a prophetic medicine used to treat or used to reduce the signs and symptoms of COVID-19, where the thymoquinone is the most potent component which act as a immunomodulator and having the antiviral property, also inhibit the SARS-CoV-2 protease. So it gives the relief from the signs and symptoms of COVID-19. Next, pomegranate, it's fruits, which main ingredient is picoonic acid, which inhibit the viral internationalization when the virus enter the body and looking for the host cell, which also reduce the severity of CoV-2. Next, the ginger, another common spice or herbs that are used in home remedy. We usually use in decoction as decoction for getting relief from the symptoms of cough or breathing discomfort. And it is the natural inflammatory and antioxidant which could be alleviated symptoms of COVID-19. Ginger can treat different conditions like nausea, GI disorder, pain, inflammation, and metabolic syndrome. Now, the dandelion, another plant which we find that it can spike the S1 protein and the human AC2 cell surface receptor in vitro, which can be used against COVID-19. Then licorice, it is commonly used in Bangladesh. The main component of licorice is glycyrrhizic acid as a substance which is found in cough, concentration in licorice roots, acetate as an active antiviral ingredient. Scientists are positive it potently neutralize SARS-CoV-2 by inhibiting the viral main protease. Another plant, turmeric, the main ingredient of turmeric is curcumin, which is found in turmeric, has the ability to prevent viral replication. In COVID, several studies shows that COVID. Now, the challenges of herbal drug manufacturing. Actually, we are using lots of herbal drug, but we are not aware about their quality, safety, which is a very challenging thing. And lots of factors important here that are indiscriminate harvesting and poor post-harvest treatment technique, lack of research on the development of high-yielding varieties, domestication, agriculture and propagation method, inefficient processing technique leading to low yields and poor quality products, poor quality control procedures, lack of current GMP, difficulties in marketing, lack of trained personnel and equipment, lack of facilities to fabricate equipment locally, and lack of access to the latest technology and market information. So, to ensure the quality of this herbal medicine, standardization is most important point, and it refers to the confirmation of its identity, determination of its quality, purity, and detection of nature of adulterant. Despite being the origin of different modern drugs, herbal medicine lost its popularity in many countries due to emergence of various analytical methods, extraction, modification of the active ingredients, herbs, and plants. So there are lots of procedure for the standardization. Here I summarize this standardization process. Number one, authentication. Authentication, that means the identification of herbs or medicinal plant. It can be taxonomic identification, microscopic, macroscopic studies of the plant parts. And Then physical parameters. In case of physical parameters, we can focus the moisture content, cash value, viscosity, density, and some other organoleptic property like taste, odor, appearance. Then we can also check the solubility and so on. Then qualitative and quantitative analysis. In case of quality control of the herbs and herbal medicine, we can using chromatographic and spectrophotometric technique like UV spectrophotometer, or we can use TLC, HPLC, GC for purification or identification of the adulterant. And in microbial assay, we check the limit of E. coli, mold, total viable aerobic count, and then alpha toxin analysis. We also check the limit of fungal load. And in case of heavy metals, some toxic metal like copper, zinc, manganese, iron, cadmium, arsenic, lead, we should check the limit of this heavy metal. They may cause the heavy metal poisoning. And they're using lots of pesticide to maintain our herbs. So we have to ensure it should not be more than the limit because who or FDA give us the limit to maintain the pesticide for controlling the pest. So these should be most important parameter for standard, because without standardization, we can't maintain the safety and quality of the doses form. Now, I focus on the total scenario, or I want to analyze I want to give a brief idea about the strength of herbal medicine, or strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats of herbal medicine in Bangladesh perspective. If I'm mentioning the strength, which is less market competition, increasing demand, launch of new product is very convenient rather than the allopathic medicine, and it has the strong brand equity. Pricing is affordable to the consumer. And of course, safety is another issue, less side effect, that is the another strength. And it will be, of course, the weakness if we do not maintain the proper standardization. So safety, delayed effect on serious treatment, interference with the vital treatment, interaction with other medication, contamination during process are the weakness of this herbal medicine in Bangladesh perspective. And if I'm mentioning the opportunities, there are a huge opportunities for Bangladesh market to explore this herbal medicine. We have the ability to overseas export. We have a rich medicinal plants, and rural expansion is high. We about 85% of our population live in rural areas. So if we focus this population and we can manufacture a quality and safe herbal medicine, we can reach the market easily. And it is a good opportunity for our industrialists. And consumer...
Sarifa, I'm sorry, 2 minutes left.
Okay, yeah, I am
Thank you.
My presentation within these minutes. And consumer acceptance and affordability is high. It is flexibility. And another important thing is flexibility in regulation rather than the allopathic medicine. If I focus the threats, poor harvest, increasing competition, adulteration of raw material, or lack of standardization, and sometimes it is not used in infant, pregnant women, or the patient drug. And the last thing that I want to focus on, the future prospect, that already some point I mentioned in my short analysis. Actually, Bangladesh is looking forward to develop this herbal sector because there remains a wide range of acceptance among general people for having a common belief that herbal medicine is free of all side effects. Many pharmaceutical companies are recently showing interest to develop branch of herbal medicine along with allopathy, considering the demand of the market. And people are willing to move green therapy, and herbal medicine will be the alternative of this allopathic medicine in a near future, I think. So thank you. These are my references, and I'd like to thank all the participants and of course the organizing body who give me the opportunity and select me as a presenter or speaker for this session. Thank you again.
Thank you, Dr. Sarifa, for nice presentation on the traditional herbal medicine in Bangladesh. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to have a Friday prayer break until 1 p.m. Please stay in the Zoom, don't leave meeting, because we still have 2 more speakers with very interesting topics. So we also have discussion session. So I'll see you again at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Hello everyone, it's good morning here in Makassar, South Sulawesi. It's a great pleasure to be here in these videos. Let me introduce about myself first. My name is Amiruddin. Just call me Amir. I will.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope all participants feel refreshed and excited to hear the presentation from the next speaker. Without further ado, I would like to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Ram Kumar Sahu. Dr. Sahu received his doctoral degree from Banastali University, India. He is an assistant professor at the Department of Pharmaceutical Science, Assam University, India. He is also currently an adjunct associate professor at Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Airlangga. Dr. Sahu research work highlights on isolation and characterization of active constituents, novel drug delivery system, formulation and standardization of herbal drugs, screening and evaluation of various pharmacological activities of samples. He has published over 82 articles in national and international peer-reviewed journals in the field of pharmacy. He has received many awards and has developed many international collaborations, including with Malaysia, Thailand, and Indonesia. And today he will tell us about traditional Northeast India herbal remedies for primary healthcare management, acceptance, and legitimacy. Dr. Sahu, you have 20 minutes. The screen is yours.
Thank you, Professor. It is audible?
Yes. Ready?
Oh, yes, it is audible. No, okay, no problem. Uh, Thank you for nice introduction, and good afternoon to everyone. And I extend my thanks to organizing committee for giving me opportunity to say something about traditional remedies of Northeast India. So basically, here I am going to discuss about tribal peoples who are residing in rural areas, how they are practicing for the primary health care, and the peoples generally belong to these tribal rural areas. They are basically dependent upon this traditional practitioner because there are certain reasons, limitations are available. So now we will discuss about these things. Today our topic is traditional remedies of Northeast India for primary health care, management, acceptance, and legitimacy. So if you see that we talk about Northeast India. Northeast India is situated in northeast part of the India, and it has about 8 states. It has 8 states, and the traditional healers or tribal peoples who are doing practices on different types of traditional medicines, they have different sources and they have different knowledges, and they are doing their different they are also performing for the curement or healing of different types of disease. There are a lot of disease you can cure by using this only uh, using this herbal medicines. So this northeast region is enormous medicinal plants and herbs made this region a very green evergreen. So the wisdom, if we talk about the knowledge of these medicinal herbs, are was passed one by the folk healers from one generation to another generation, so that the healthcare practitioner developed by them are passed by rigorous tests. So the medicines those they are using are really very effective and potent. There's no doubt, but there is no scientific evidence. But they are doing as per the whatever the knowledge they're getting from their generations or from their ancestors. They're just continuing, and they're really their medicinal properties are very effective. So the community are dealing the medicines from number of years, and it expresses that they have massive expertise. The knowledge of the folk healer are not only religious in nature, but have deep-rooted rationality. People belonging to Northeast India community receive this knowledge by the taking note of the proverbs, folklores, legends, custom, and myths. So if we talk about definitions, it simply be said that traditional medicinal practitioners are those who someone is recognized by the community in which he lives as competent to provide health care by using medicinal plants, animals, and mineral substances. Further, certain other method used based on the social, cultural, religious background, as well as the prevailing knowledge, attitudes, and beliefs regarding physical, mental, social well-being and the causation of disease disability in the community. So here they are not only depend upon the only on herbal medicine, herbal plant. They also pray their god for the healing, for the rapid healing of the disease. So this is the one of the basic concept of the traditional healer. The traditional healer of this Northeast India, generally they obtain their medicines from different sources, like they get their medicines from herbal medicinal plants which are available in their localities, because this Northeast India is really surrounded by the hilly areas, and it is a lot of evergreen forest there. Then minerals and vegetables. And as we compare to other parts of India, this Northeast India is really polluted free. Here is because this industrialization is very low in this area. So the nature beauty, whatever the nature beauty is available, they are not infected, and so they are not polluted. So that as we compare traditional plant available in this area, they are more effective, more potent as compared to other part of India. So they have extensive knowledge on the use of plants and herbs for medicinal and nutritional purposes. As for medicinal expert, they have also nutritional purpose knowledge they have. So traditional formulations, how they make the formulation by this drug. They can prepare a juice, they can prepare a decoction from the plant parts, they can use plant powder, they can use latex, they can use different forms. They can just suppose there is some latex or there, they just apply on the skin. If they have skin disease, then you see the result of the skin disease. So they use locally available medicinal herbs, cultivated drug from different habitat, as well as cultivating, depleting the medicine. Those plants which are going to depleting, they are also cultivating that. So this is the one of the sources from where the traditional practitioners are getting their medicines. Then next we talk about the ethics. They have the ethics. These traditional practitioners have their own ethics. They are treating their by their own ethics. So how? So traditional healers can realize they can treat they only by realizing that mind-body relationships. They can maintain the mind and body harmony. They maintain the harmony of mind and body. This is the one of their ethics. According to this natural healer or tribal healer, natural harmony of the body can only be restored by an integrating and holistic approach. They use natural methods for treatment because these were the resources that have nurtured since time immemorial. Apart, traditional healer used to be taught by other traditional healers with many years experience from generation to generation, and some of them had God-gifted power of this knowledge. Traditional, traditional healers have strong ethical principles. They have strong ethical principles that they stand to a life. They believe that it is their duty to promote and save life from suffering. Traditional healers do not only work at correcting the internal imbalance through which disease can manifest in an individual, but also work to destabilize an individual harmony with their environment and the relationship with the natural cycle to which all its subject. Traditional healing practice view the universe as operating according to natural law and manifest according to specific rules and correspondence. So they understand, they believe that these people believe that the purpose of life and nature of disease cannot be understood without knowledge of this law and their correspondence. So that they are also praying the God for the healing of this disease. Then why the people are traditional? Why people prefer these traditional medicines in rural area? Why there again the questions are coming. The people who are residing in these rural areas, why they are so? Because there are some certain limitations, some there are some certain limitations, some there are some facilities are unavailable due to this. These rural people are going or moving toward their this traditional practitioners. So in rural area, we have seen that biomedical facilities are often not to find with reasonable distance, and if they're available, they're not often good quality. So that is one of the reasons that these people are moving towards these tribal peoples. Half of If we see that half of populations who are residing in this area, residing in this area, has no access to life-saving drugs, and many get into financial problems due to disease. And public health facilities hardly offer an alternative because they are notorious for the non-availability of essential drugs, absence of physicians. These are some basic problems which can make them to move to go for treatment with these tribal healers. Frequently, frequently patients are not registered to do not get the respect they are entitled to and are financially exploited when they are pressed to undergo unnecessary biomedical tests, because when they are going for the any type when they are moving for the any urban cities for any hospitals, then they are you have to that lot of medical tests they are doing. So for this there are a lot of expenses required. For this is one of the reasons, because they are poor people, so they don't have sufficient money. So it is one of the reasons they are going for these tribal people. These negative feedback, these factors only partially explain why Indian villagers make use of the services of these folk healers. So if apart from this, we also see that ethnographic case descriptions suggest that the treatments offer patient hope and mitigate disappear. It is also reasonable to assume that the herbs and food they prescribe are are having healing potentials. They are very potentials. Apart from empirical research, empirical research also suggests that provider of traditional medicines are consulted because of positive outcome perceptions. So these are the some limitations why these rural peoples are moving towards these tribal peoples. Then next, traditional healing systems, why they are doing this traditional system, why they are performing these rural peoples, because traditionally they are performing this practice for different purpose. One is for the economic benefits. Some are doing for their economic benefit, for their to purchase their livelihoods required for food materials, and and some of them are doing the practices due to scarcity of any recognized medicine systems in that area, and some are doing only for the social work. They think that we are doing for the society benefits. If we cure the patients, if we cure the people, then it will give the societal benefits. So they will give some self-respect. So these are the people. So though this healing practice is having enough popularity within the community, and more than 90%, more than 80% to 90% is still dependent on traditional practitioners. More than 80-90% these areas. So they are having deep knowledge. Then from there, this healer, the traditional from where they get drug material, from there they get. So, these traditional healers, they get medicinal plants from the wild sources of forest available in the locality. Apart from, sometimes they also develop herbal garden in their localities. So they can collect they can collect their herbal medicine plant from these sources. Apart from some medicine plants, they also purchase, because nowadays as sellers, medicinal plant sellers are available, so they also purchase from them. If some conditions, suppose if drugs are not available in some any season, so they can purchase from that markets also. So then next, what is the method? What is the method followed by traditional for treatment? So traditional practitioners treat all age group and all problem using administering medicines that are readily available and affordable. They are doing for the only available and affordable medicines. Comprehensive treatment. If we talk about comprehensive, the treatment is comprehensive and has curative, protective, preventive elements, and can either natural or ritual or both, depending on the cause of the disease. So there it includes some other also method they use. They also use some medicines as a food habitat and some simple requirements. So there are number of methods they are using. So let me see what are the methods, how they can develop. So they are using very simple method. No need to go and purchase anything. Just patient approach that traditional healer, and they discuss about the disease. Now they identify the disease by the physical examination of body, like they are looking on their eyes, looking on their nails, nadi means their pulse, and from urine, colorations, and as stools, they can observe what type of disease they had, and once they investigate the disease, then they prescribe. So you will see that how they're doing. Just you have to take the plant part, whatever the plant they available, they give you, and just you have to go in home and you can prepare by yourself the medicines. You can prepare by yourself. There's no requirement of anything of excipient, no requirement of preservative, nothing is required. Just we have to collect that natural plants and we have to come out. So if you see that, suppose there's some plant they're using, this is my first plant, Ambrota augusta. This is the plant they are using for Ambrogosta root. The root part is used for treatment of impotency and weakness. What they do, just we have to take the root juices extracted in water. You have to take decoction of that root and root of this plant, and you have to administer it. So you can heal from the impotency and weakness. So like that, if you have been some stomach problem, stomach ache, then they can take the bark of Acacia pinnata. Just they can take the bark juice and administer. So easy. So it is very easy. Not require any technician, not require any technical person. Just you can take it. So if for the cough, if you want to expel out the cough, just take the rhizome of this Acorus calamus with water, boil it, take decoction and drink it. Means mostly that they are giving decoction part. decoction method. Apart from they are giving also some like this leaf juice. Leaf juice applied to the if you have some pain, suppose you have a body pain, some ache pain, then you apply the juice over that area and you will get rid from this. If you want to stop the bleeding, then you just apply the freshly paste of leaf of this agatum sago. So there are a lot of this. So these are some examples we have given. So malaria for treatment of malaria and fever, a bark of sclerosis and again panaculata powder taken orally with water. And here in this northeast area, it has been observed that mostly people suffer from the malaria and jaundice. So more than 80 drugs, 80 plants are available for the treatment of this malaria, and more than 60 medicinal herbs are available for the treatment of jaundice. So these are the things you can use for treatment. So if there's a bone fracture, if you want to join the bone, then they use Rhesus, Ficus racemosa. Just if they take the latex of this stem and locate it on the bamboo and over the fracture part. So in this way, you can heal the broken off bone. Then if suppose any eyesight problem, if you want to increase the eyesight problem, then if you take the Apomia aquata area plant, just could have wash with food and then take vegetables. Like vegetable, you can eat it, you can get you can heal from this eye problem. So these are some problems how they are using we discuss, because due to time consuming we cannot go for anything. But I want to in nutshell I want to say that just they are using the decoction form, or just they are using the powder form, or just they are using in latex form, directly applying the area, or directly consume that herbs for the treatment of disease. So let health coverage and legitimacy and MC captions of these traditional healers. If we see that, if we see this type of, we can say that here more than 30% of Indian population is insured against medical costs, often or partially. So for most people residing here, they are giving their medical expenses from their out of their pocket. So it is the one of the reason when we are giving when we are paying the from own pocket for treatment, then really because the medical treatment are very expensive. So we had to, so that people go on debt. They are in go to debt. So this is the one of the problem. Then so that folk healer might fill the gap by offering affordable treatment at a doorstep of villagers. Because if you are getting some potent drug at a doorstep without any expenses or minimum expenses, then you will really choose that one. And apart from this also having minimum side effect as compared to a conventional medicines or allopathic medicines. So however, they have been largely ignored by policymakers. So, as per if we see the Indian Central Medical Council of Act, they state that only the practitioner who are educated by Ayurvedic system, Unani system, Siddha system, they are the only prescriber or physician to prescribe the medicine. But now these rural people, they are not educated, but they are healing on the basis of their knowledge which has been gained from their ancestors. But they are doing accurate. Because they let lot of disease which are not cured by this medical system, they are curing it. We have seen that there are many types of cancer, they can cure them. So there's some we don't know what is the unscientific reasons they are why they are getting clear. But anyway, many patients getting maximum benefit from these people. So now it is highly.
Dr. Ram. I'm sorry, Dr. Ram, you have 2 minutes left.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry.
Yes, no problem. I'll try to finish it. So the universal health coverage system, WHO has made universal health coverage system. As per WHO, they said that the SS quality and affordability is the main policy for the treatment of disease. So these rural people are come under this because the medicines which are available with them are very accessible, quality-wise, and affordable. So now, if we see the future prospect, but most of the medicinal plant used by local people and tribals of Northeast India are indigenous and not known to the vast world of phytochemical science and research. So here the active ingredient which are responsible for this particular activity, for particular treatment, they have been explored allowed. It is the now they are means medicinal chemistry people, they can explore. They have the one of the scope. Then apart from this, maybe they have life-saving drug, miracle drugs formulations can be discovered from one of some of those indigenous plants of this region, which are being used with trust and confidence by thousands of people. There, it is also one of the reasons that we can conduct scientific evidence, scientific study. And apart from this, we can also explore the pharmacological activity of plant-derived pharmaceutical formulations in experimental animals. Apart from this, we can also explore the characterization of active constituents responsible for the this healing property. And we can also develop some in vitro cultivation method for the plant by helping plant tissue culture. So now we can conclude our study that we see that Northeast India consists of rich varieties of medicinal plant and herbs. So most of these plants and their medicinal uses are known only to the inhabitants and the tribes residing in various parts of the region, these regions. So the active ingredient present in this plant may be used for designing some new drugs and pharmaceutical agent which can pave some new ally in the world of pharmaceutical sciences and be a blessing for mankind. Alternative medicines are better than our conventional allopathic medicines and can be enhance the impact of conventional drug. So natural products from plant may have minimum side effect or no side effect if used in specific dose. So some of the medicinal plant work unbelievable in certain disease conditions according to tribal people knowledge. India, maybe this plant can be explored scientifically scientifically explored so that it can be reachable to the world of other part of the world. So it is observed. So apart from it, also observed that the system of medicine is having enough strength and substantiality in its treatment. But the young generation are not taking keen interest in this practice due to modernization of society. So therefore, the expression of this indigenous knowledge and its scientific validation, recognition of the system of medicine and its population is urgently required. So we have to make some documentation on this so that we can hold their knowledge and we can preserve their knowledge and we can use for scientific evidence. So thank you for listening. And I hope I have completed in time.
So, thank you, Dr. Sahu, for sharing with us the knowledge on traditional herbal remedies from Northeast India. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are moving to our last speaker of this webinar, Professor Kenji Watanabe. Please allow me to introduce him. Professor Watanabe received his doctoral degree in immunology from Keio University School of Medicine, Tokyo, Japan. He has received many awards, including several postdoctoral fellowships. His research interests on cell and molecular biology, as well as complementary and alternative medicine. Professor Watanabe currently is a director of Otsuka Kampo Clinic. He is also an eminent professor at Yokohama University of Pharmacy and guest professor at Keio University School of Medicine. Professor Watanabe is also an editorial board member of several prestigious journals, such as Evidence-Based Complementary and Alternative Medicine, Complementary Therapies in Medicine, and Journal of Alternative and Complementary Medicine. His presentation today entitled Kampo as an Integrative Medicine. Good afternoon, Prof. Watanabe.
Good afternoon. So may I ask you to use my recording?
Yes, of course. So we will play your presentation video and you can interact with the participant during discussion session.
Yes.
So please allow us to start Professor Watanabe presentation video.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting me to this summer program. My name is Kenji Watanabe from Japan. And today's topic is Kampo as an integrative medicine. So the purpose of this seminar is to understand the Japanese traditional medicine, Kampo, as an integrative medicine. So the fact of Kampo medicine in Japan is currently 148 formulas listed on the Japanese insurance program. So used by more than 80% of Japanese physicians, including nearly 100% of Japanese OBGYN doctors. And the Kampo medicine is a government regulated prescription drug and used throughout Japan, even in university hospitals, together with high-tech medicine. So Japanese medical students are taught to prescribe Kampo. So the characteristics of Kampo is Kampo medicine is originated from ancient Chinese medicine around 2,000 years ago. And although many theories had been developed in China, so Kampo chose the practical way. Abdominal diagnosis is very unique in the practice in Kampo. And totally integrated medical system combining Western and traditional medicines in a current medical system. So quality assurance and safety are well controlled by the government and the pharmaceutical companies. So mechanism of actions are also evaluated with high-tech methodology. So this is a chart of the subspecialties. So uses Kampo in daily practice. So overall, over 80% of physicians use Kampo, and internal medicine, and pediatricians, and even surgeons and orthopedicians use Kampo very well. So interestingly, most of the doctors use Kampo with Western medicine. And sometimes for menopausal syndrome or PMS or dysmenorrhea, our OBGYN doctors choose Kampo only without Western medicine. So indications of Kampo is very, very diverse, and all kind of the subjects and the subspecialties. So not limited to internal medical field, but all kind of diseases are covered by Kampo medicine. So when you compare Western medicine and Kampo medicine, very stereotype view is Western medicine is very analytical, an organ or cell target, and public health oriented. So this means, for example, a randomized control trial is the outcome is the measurement of the group, not individual. So good for acute infection and surgical interventions. So on the contrary, Kampo medicine is very holistic and patient-centered and individualized and good for QOL improvement and preventive medicine. However, the trend in the world is now moving to integrative medicine. So originally in USA, so other than Western medicine, so our modalities so were called alternative medicine, and in UK and the EU are complementary medicine. Then combined to a complementary and alternative medicine, so CAM. But so this is the 1990s, and in last 10 years, it is more and more toward the integrated medicine. So when you see the organization in NIH in USA, so Office of Alternative Medicine started in 1992. So it was called OAM and changed to National Center for Complementary and Alternative Medicine, NCCAM, in 1998. And in 2014, so it was changed to National Center for Complementary and Integrative Health. So now it is called NCCIH. So this means from the alternative medicine to integrative medicine or integrative health. So this is a huge trend in the world. So for example, in Keio University Hospital, where I also work, so this is the data of the colon cancer patients. And daikenchuto, so one of the compo drug, so is used after surgery. And so see the days of the hospitalization. So when you see the open surgery, the difference between with campo and without campo, it's like 2 days. And the laparoscopic surgery, it's like a 4.3 days, and total 3.5 days, so shorter with campo group. So this is the one good example the campo is indicated. So to prevent the ileals after surgery, then the hospitalization is so shortened, and also this is good for the patient too. So because the stay in the hospital is much shorter. So this is Da Vinci, so robotic surgery, and even after robotic surgery of colon cancer or prostate cancer, so daikenchuto is used. So daikenchuto is very simple campo drug. So 3 herbs and so maltose. So ginseng and xanthochyl and so ginger. So very simple combination, but this is good for the prevention of the ileals after surgery. So this is the data of the daikenchuto on the postoperative adhesive small bowel obstruction. So requiring long tube decompression. So once the ileals happens after the surgery, then so long tube decompression is necessary. So with a daikenchuto or without daikenchuto affect the duration of the long tube insertion or not. So the result is very simple. So duration of the long tube insertion is the shorter with daikenchuto group, and time from long tube insertion to discharge is shorter in Daikinchu group. So this leads to the economical benefit, and so difference is about 3,500 US dollars. So it's good for the patient and also good for the national medical expenditure cost. So this kind of the combination of the Western medicine and traditional medicine started in long time ago at the period. Seishu Hanaoka is the doctor who operated the breast cancer in the very first time in the world, and that was 1804, and the famous public operation by Dr. Morton in Massachusetts General Hospital was held in 1846, but this is 42 years before Dr. Morton operated. So Dr. Hanaoka was a Kampo doctor as well as the Western medical doctor, and he used Kampo medicine around the surgery. So this is exactly the same as the modern days after high-tech surgery. Still Daikinchuto is very quite helpful to shorten the hospitalization days. So this is a figure drawn by Hanaoka's disciple, and these are the devices Dr. Hanaoka used. So another example is the Kampo medicine. Is sometimes indicated to alleviate the side effect of the chemotherapy or radiotherapy. With cancer treatment. In this case, Hange Shashinto. This is a combination Kampo formula. Reduces severe diarrhea induced by camptothecin. Camptothecin, another name is CPT11, and actually camptothecin is also from the plant. Camptothecca acuminata. English name is happy tree. With this Kampo formula, Hange Shashinto. Usually the CPT11 diarrhea is very prolonged, and sometimes for that reason, patients give up to continue the chemotherapy. But with Hange Shashinto, the grade 3 diarrhea is much less. With Hange Shashinto, and also the frequency of diarrhea is less with Hange Shashinto. This is very good for the QOL of patients, and the patients are able to continue the chemotherapy. This is also beneficial for the cancer treatment. When you see the pathology, this is a normal intestine, and with CPT11, membranes is destroyed, but with Hange Shashinto, the structure is restored. Also, the mechanism is well studied. So the CPT11 is so metabolized in the liver to the active compound SN38, and this SN38 so circulate in the blood and attack the cancer, then so goes back and excreted so through bile duct, and in the intestine. So so before that, so in the liver, so SN38 was a glucuronic so acid bound. So this glucuronized so SN38 is so excreted to the intestine, but in the intestine, so many microbacteria are metabolized and so glucuronic acid, and so again the SN38 active form is so made. So this so induces the delayed diarrhea in the intestine. But with Hange Shashinto, so because Hange Shashinto is very rich with gluconic acid, so that's a competitive so metabolize for the bacteria, and so bacteria metabolize mainly the Hange Shashinto's so gluconic acid, and so SN38 so gluconic acid is kept and excreted to the large intestine. So this is the mechanism of action. And actually, so this is so also studied in so Yale University group and published in the Science, and so they showed the another Campo formula, not Hange Shashinto, in this case Ogonto, but so anyway, the common herb is Scuteraria, and this Scuteraria is contains the bicaline, and bicaline is so rich of glucuronic acid. So anyway, so also in the Yale group, so they showed a very excellent data to alleviate the diarrhea, and also in some dose enhances the CPT11's anti-cancer effect. So this kind of the integration so is the world level trade, and so this is the ICD-11. So current version of our international classification of diseases is ICD-10. So 10th version and the 11th version will be released officially in 2022. That's the next year. So, ICD-11 was endorsed in the World Health Assembly in May 2019, and so in the chapter 26, this is a new chapter. So this is the very, very first time in ICD history, so traditional medicine chapter so is included. So when you see that this chapter, so there are two parts. So one is a traditional medicine disorders. So the other one is traditional medicine patterns. And these patterns is the condition of the whole body. So very unique in the traditional medicine. And but when we code so these patterns or traditional medicine disorders, so one criteria is to code together with the Western medicine disease. So double coding or sometimes triple coding of the Western medicine code and traditional medicine disorder code or traditional medicine pattern code. pattern code. So the WHO demands the integration of the Western medicine and traditional medicine. So this is very clear. So, so this kind of the integration leads to better health care, I believe. So before, many Western practitioners are criticized traditional medicine, but actually, now they are seeking for the integrated medicine. So together with the Western medicine and the traditional medicine, because this integration is beneficial for patients and also good for the medical economy. Okay, so thank you very much for listening, and the questions are so welcome.
Thank you, Professor Watanabe, for very nice presentation on Kampo Medicine. So ladies and gentlemen, finally it's time for discussion. I would like to invite all three speakers, Dr. Sarifa, Dr. Sahu, and Professor Watanabe to answer some questions from the participants. The first question is for Dr. Sarifa. The question from Mr. Anwar Parvez. Let me read his question. COVID-19 becomes more serious when the virus does damage in the lung cell. So is there any traditional remedy or herbal medicine that can counter this damage or useful regarding the COVID-19?
Okay, thank you for your nice question. Actually, we know that the COVID mostly affect our lungs in case of severe situation, and we feel breathing discomfort. In that case, we think it is the serious situation. There are so many herbal remedy we take in case of mild case. We are using some herbs like black seed or curcumin. Then we use longa, curcumin longa, and pomegranate, which can boost up our immunity. So I think we can use lots of herbal plant that I mentioning in my presentation, black cumin, curcuma longa, which has many scientific evidence that can act against COVID-19. There are several research papers is found about this, which can act against the ACE2 receptor, which increase their susceptibility to COVID-19. So the patient with experiencing progressive respiratory failure due to SARS-CoV-2, they can take curcumin longa, and of course black cumin and another genthriol also can act against this virus. So I think.
Do you use ginger in the prescription?
Ginger can be used. Ginger rhizome, which is also effective to get relief this situation.
Oh, okay. Thank you for the answer. The next question is for Dr. Sahu. This question comes from Miss Enda. Let me read her question. How traditional medicine plays a role? I think this is also regarding COVID again. How traditional medicine plays a role during COVID-19 pandemic in India, particularly in the last 2 months since Delta variants observed. And what kind of traditional medicine? Probably rhizome or herbs that can be used for immune booster in India.
Thank you, Professor. Actually, last 2 months, the India faced a very hard problem, very hard time, because India cases has been increased very rapidly. But now the situation has become under control. Now the cases has become very minimum cases. As for just like they're asking what are the traditional medicines available, just Professor Sultana Sharifa has said that kurkuma and longa, we are also using same thing. But apart from this, there are some traditional, like some tribal peoples and some like there's no means we can say that no any scientific reason is there. Mostly the people here, there's one plant is there, Tenesporia corifolia, it is known as giloe. Mostly Indian people, mostly the people who are residing in village or some urban, also some urban people, they use the decoction of this Tenesporia corifolia at morning. They take empty stomach, just a cup of just 4 to 5 spoons, and it has really it has miracle. It has miracle. It has good immunobooster. It has very good immune booster system. And apart from this, they are also taking that curcumin longa powder with milk. They add 1 spoonful curcumin longa powder and mix and boil with milk, and then take this yellow milk. It is also a good immune booster. Apart from, they also make some tea, herbal tea like decoction of ginger officinalis and mixed with some Syzygium aromaticum, Piper nigrum. They mix and they make boil and they take as like tea. And also they take, some people also people take Osmium centum. Osmium centum is a tulsi leaf of Osmium centum. They mix with honey and ginger juice. Just because it is very good for the cough relievement, for his fatty infection, is very good. So they are taking this also. Apart from some people are taking ashwagandha. Ashwagandha plant is very immune system, so it is also they are taking. So there are lot of plants are available. Apart from this, they are also taking vitamin C, because vitamin C is the one of the key role for the immune system. So they are taking some fruits which have in the vitamin C, like lemon juice, so that, and also some zinc containing food. So these are the taking people are taking. And also in India, some observation has taken. They found that many people, a lot of people, they got COVID, but asymptomatic. They don't know they have like a COVID. But after antibody study, they found that they passed from the COVID infection. But we don't know as per the immune system or what system, we don't know. They means no any systems, no any you means COVID system observe on that people, but they cure by themselves. Maybe maybe hopefully by they are taking this type of herbs, because now I'm also taking this herbs. I'm also taking early morning. I'm taking this giloy juice, and also I'm taking turmeric that milk, but I don't have any type of like symptoms. So we say that it may having some curative healing properties, so that people are not getting uh, affecting from this COVID-19. That's it.
Thank you, Dr. Sahu, for the answer. I think there are so many varieties, right, for this COVID-19. So we have next question for Professor Watanabe. The question is from Miss Sophia. Her question is, what is the difference between Kampo and Chinese medicine?
Thank you. So actually, so the roots is associated with Korean medicine and Chinese medicine and Japanese medicine. And we collaborated to make the new chapter in ICD-11. And we see some differences but some similarities. So roughly, maybe 90% of the knowledge are shared between China, Korea, Japan, but maybe 10% is different. So one of the characteristics of Kampo is abdominal diagnosis, and also indications of the formula are very Japanized and different from Chinese style. But of course, so there are many shared knowledge.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Watanabe, for the answer. Well, we have one question from the panelists, from Dr. Munir.
Yes,
Munir,
yes. Thank you very much. I would like to ask the question to Dr. Watanabe. That is not a question really. It is something comment from my side. Professor Watanabe, thank you very much for your beautiful presentation. I heard a lot about you. When I was in Japan, I worked in Japan at Chiba University with Ishibashi Masami and Emi Okoyama on natural product and their biological activities in 1996. So then I heard a lot about you. Later on also, in reference, I have seen a lot of references regarding you. So your lecture was so fantastic, so beautiful. It impressed me very much because you said about the quality control is done by the government and the pharmaceutical companies. So it is a wonderful news, as because you have got the capacity, as because Japan is wonderful country and developed country that can afford it to standardize the drug, herbal drug, but the poor countries like Bangladesh or other countries, we don't have that capacity and facilities also. So that's why we are lacking these opportunities to standardize and to maintain the quality of the herbal medicine. Now, there is a simple question to you. CPT11, that you means the irinotecan.
Irinotecan, yes.
Irinotecan, hydrochloride, you have found out the mechanism of action of the compound. It is a single compound, I think, pure compound.
Yes.
You have isolated from the plant Shinto. So, did you get the result first from the plant, or you isolated the compound and then you found out the mechanism and biological activities of the compound? Then you applied the plant. What was the first your step?
Okay, thank you very much for asking. So it's a very interesting question. And actually, camptothecin is extracted from the tree, and that is not campo. So pure chemical Western medical agent, and that's not the traditional medicine work at all. Then, so in the clinical settings, so CPT11 induces a very severe diarrhea, and campo doctors so applied many campos, then found Hange Shashinto is very good to prevent the severe diarrhea. So so in this case, so Hange Shashinto is the combination of 7 herbs, and among 7 herbs, then apply each herb to which herb is so important, then found the bicaline from the Scleroria is important. So the order, so from your question is the first, so campo formula, then the herb Scleroria, then bicaline, the chemical is found. So actually the order is always from the plant, I think.
So thank you very much. I think there are a lot of participants may ask a question. So I'm happy to see you today. Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Muniruddin, for the question and Prof. Watanabe for the answers. Well, actually, we have one more question for Professor Watanabe. So about the source of Campo, is it mainly plant or any other source for Campo? Maybe animal or marine, maybe?
So yeah, actually 95% maybe herbs, so plants, and 3% from animals and 2% from minerals. We sometimes use minerals too.
Okay, thank you. The next question is for Dr. Sahu. In Northeast India, does the people take traditional medicine for prevention or for treatment? So another question, any difference for traditional medicine used in Northeast India compared to other part of India?
No, the system is similar. Just depend upon the quality of medicinal plant, what are the climatic conditions in which the plants has grown. It is the mostly depend, but every similar because everyone has because every tribal peoples they are using mostly similar. No, there is no any basic difference there. Just means suppose if you talk about the Osium sanctum, it is used for the cup election. Then everywhere this plant is used as a cup election for Osium sanctum. So there is no any difference. No difference.
Okay, thank you for the answer. One last question for Dr. Sarifa. Is there any traditional medicine that is already legalized by the government in Bangladesh for COVID-19?
Actually, there is no legalized medicine against COVID-19, but we are producing lots of medicine which get benefit, like cough remedy, antitussive herbal medicine, and actually no recommended medicine which is legalized by our drug authority against COVID-19. But we are getting some supplement which can get relief or get remedy or symptomatic relief from this disease.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sarifa, for the answer. So I'm sure there are still many questions from the participants. However, due to limited time, we have to end the discussion session. We would like to kindly ask the speakers to answer any remaining question by typing your question in the Q&A panel if possible. Please join me to thank all the speakers for this session for amazing presentation. It was a pleasure to have you with us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Dean of Faculty of Pharmacy Universitas Airlangga, the organizing committee would like to give a certificate of appreciation to the speakers. The first certificate we would like to give to Dr. Sarifa Sultana. Thank you, Dr. Sarifa. The second certificate we would like to give to Dr. Ramkumar Sahu. Thank you, Dr. Sahu.
Thank you, Professor.
And last but not least, to Professor Kenji Watanabe. Thank you, Professor Watanabe.
Thank you.
So thank you to all the speakers for sharing the knowledge of traditional remedies from Malaysia, Thailand, Bangladesh, India, Japan, and of course Indonesia. And also thank you to all participants who have been actively involved in this session. It was a pleasure to be the moderator of this webinar. Thank you very much, and over to MC.
Okay. Thank you, Ibu Suciyati, Sarjana Sains Magister Filosofi PhD as moderator in this event. And before I give a several announcement, the committee would like to give a certificate of appreciation to the moderator. Okay, the certificate, please, for Bu Suci. Okay, here is your certificate, Bu Suci. Thank you very much for your time to handle our webinar.
Thank you.
Now we are moving to the last agenda, closing and an announcement. Here is announcement for community program for students. Students should attend all activity to the webinar, online training, and also online training too in the August 6th. Students disseminate training material regarding how to make herbal medicine to a minimum 5% in their neighborhood. While disseminating their material, students can make pre- and post-tests so they can write an article related to the topic. They submit weekly progress report and documentation. They make video of the process of dissemination and also making herbal medicine video. They participate in the herbal making video competition and assist the community in making video of the making herbal medicine to submit it in the herbal making video competition, and the last they submit the final report. Here announcement for video competition. The registration link is as soon as your screen. The due date of the video competition on July 12. The participants need to complete first webinar and also second training on the trainer. Please send your video and proof of attendance of the season 1 and season 2 to the email komisipenmas@ff.unite.ac.id till July 25, 2021. All of this information are available in our website. Here is the last announcement. The registration has been closed. Please complete the post-test and evaluation of the link until July 2021, today, at 5 p.m. Certificate of the participation will be sent via email within 10 days. Each participant only has one chance to access the post-test link. Thus, the participant is asked to fill out the data correctly. Finally, we have come to the end of this event. On behalf of the faculty leader and committee of the international webinar on herbal medicine, the amazing traditional remedies from several countries, we would like to thank all speakers and participants who have participated in this event until the end. We hope the information provided by the speaker can enrich our knowledge. And also, we would like to apologize profusely if in the webinar there is any inconvenience. So, see you on the next agenda with the equally interesting theme. And don't forget tomorrow, we meet again in the next agenda, Training of the Trainer, 6 July and August 6, 2021. Sampai jumpa di agenda selanjutnya dengan tema yang tidak kalah menariknya. Dan jangan lupa besok kita bertemu lagi di agenda selanjutnya pada TOT tanggal 16 Juli dan 6 Agustus. Dan pada kegiatan berikutnya akan diberikan dengan menggunakan dua bahasa, yaitu bahasa Indonesia dan bahasa Inggris. Terima kasih. Thank you very much. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.